that we have. We're happy to receive your leadership today. Thank you very much for joining us. I have been asked to explain the purpose for today's meeting, but I would like to do it the other way around, because sometimes we tend to miss the interests of the people by being attached to our rules and regulations too much, and then we miss the moments of the day. There are many stakeholders that are here, and you have received notices inviting you to this meeting. And I want maybe just about 5 stakeholders to tell us, in your view, what do you think in the planning process of local government is the purpose for us to meet today? I'm trying to gauge the expectations, and I'll tell you why after that as to why I did what I did. Can I request volunteers from the various stakeholders in terms of your own understanding, your own experience? We are gathered today in the District IDP Rep Forum. What is your understanding for us to gather today? I'm sure you woke up telling your families that you are attending a meeting. Surely you had something in your mind as to why this meeting was called before you hear it from me. Can you start with the lady in uniform, the SAPS? You are very clear to my eyes, so I can point you, because your uniform just distinguishes you from everybody else.
Yeah, good morning to everybody. I'm Brigadier Crawford. I'm the station commander of Oudtshoorn. I'm representing Major General Morishana, our Garden Route District Commissioner. Yeah, yesterday, unfortunately, I think SAPS was not represented, but I think there were various challenges that came that General Morishana said that we need to give feedback on. There was a lot of the people from the community who were upset about resources, people not being visible in certain areas. And I think I will even later today just give feedback on that. But unfortunately, yesterday we missed the workshop, but I'm fully representing here today. So whatever there is for SAPS, I will give feedback on. Thank you very much, sir. But it's a pleasure to be here, and thank you very much for the invitation. If we can also just minute then the apology for Major General Morishana, who is currently tied up in George, but yeah, we will relay the message, and I will also give feedback later on the crime situation and then also the challenges that came out at the discussions yesterday. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. So your understanding is for SAPS to give feedback. So SAPS understands this to be the platform for them to give feedback on the issues that people have been raising. So that's the purpose for SAPS being here. Yes, there's another hand. Yes.
Hello? Oh, I think you can hear me. Thank you, Msalinga Pambili. My name is Christopher Satula from Bito Municipality. I'm representing the Ward Committee, Ward 5. My interest here for this is that I want to see the link of an IDP with this new model that is being piloted by National Treasurer, the district model. There's a new model that is being piloted. I think that model is going to take over, or is going to be more efficient than the current status of an IDP. Thank you.
So you want to see the model that you are mentioning being demonstrated and how it will take over?
Yes. What's going to be the new link now? Because every now and then there's a new ways of doing things.
Yes.
Whereas the IDP is supposed to be the champion of service delivery.
Okay.
But somehow things are not working properly. Therefore, now this new model that is being piloted, but it has been said that it looked like it's going to be the one that is going to simplify everything in terms of service delivery. Therefore, I want to see that link today.
Thank you very much. Yes, what's the purpose of us being here today from another person's perspective? There's a hand in front.
I'm Jacques Wessels from George, Ward 3. It's really very personal while I'm here, because I find that in my environment that the engagement with all the planning, the IDPs in general, is very shallow. So in the communities, the understanding of the planning that's already been done and the criticism as what they see is happening, there's a massive gap there. And we need to collectively get a deeper engagement with our communities, that they influence the IDPs and the spatial planning and all the good sector plans more, and that they don't come after 5 years after the event, then have their wisdom. So that's really the main purpose why I'm here, to try to get civil society, people on the ground, in the street, to engage in the plans, that it's not theoretical documents that some consultant puts together.
Thank you. That's very clear. There's a one in the back.
Good morning, sir. My name is David Reiters, and I'm representing Cape Nature. I'm the chairperson of the portfolio of the protected areas. Now, the problem that I have in Cape Nature is that I've always problems to bring the municipality and stakeholders who is important for Cape Nature in the environment, to bring them to our meetings. And I'm struggling so much to find the political leaders to this meeting to take decisions, because far too often they send junior officers. These people can't take decisions, and that is one of our major problems. Thank you.
Thank you. The effectiveness of our various structures of engagement. The colleague specifically says people that are not mandated to make decisions are sent to meetings where decisions must be made, which makes the mockery of the situation. Yes, can we get the last one? I think that's enough. Thank you very much, colleagues, for that, those submissions. We last had a meeting of this nature in Mossel Bay in May. Was it the 5th of May? Yeah, if I remember very well. And those who participated would agree with me that in no time, our meeting changed from being an IDP rep forum that focuses on all the issues of the community. It became a crime prevention or crime fighting meeting, because people that were there started raising issues relating to SAPS, the crime in their areas and everything, which showed us that in our region, safety is a very important priority for our people, and it had to be elevated as such. And since then, we then organized specific meetings to deal with the issues of support to neighborhood watches, to deal with the issues of access to police stations, deal with the issues of vehicles that were not available and so on. And there's been a number of engagements since then that are taking place. And I think the brigadier from the SAPS is here today to also give us more feedback on those issues. So it then dawned on us that we need to emphasize the point that what is the purpose of these IDP forum meetings that we call? And what other forums of engagement we must have? Now, we've just heard the gentleman at the back mentioning that he chairs the Cape Nature Forum, and they have meetings where they discuss issues affecting the environment. But those meetings, attendance and the type of people that attend are not bringing the necessary impetus to what they want to do. And therefore, it tells us that as people gathered here, that we have so many structures for community participation, but it doesn't seem like that we get that connection with the people that we intend to serve. The representative of Ward 3 from George has just stated that it appears that there's a disconnect between the planners, which is you guys sitting here, gathered here, and the officials and everybody, and the people that are supposed to benefit from our plans. As a result, if we're going to do a road, sometimes it's a surprise to the beneficiaries because nobody engages them in the planning process. Nobody informs them. I mean, those that are surprised are the lucky ones. The others never benefit at all because nothing comes to their areas. And so we need to look at what is it that we are missing as representatives of the people. As ward committee members, why is it that people living in your ward do not know what is it that the government is doing for them? When you attend all the meetings, you go to the council meetings, you sit there, you listen, your ward councillor speaks on behalf of the people purportedly, but the lived reality is that the people themselves don't see themselves represented there where decisions are made. Why is that happening when we have ward committees? Are you involved in the decisions that are being made for your communities? Or are we only going there to sign the attendance register and draw the stipend at the end of the month, and so it goes? Why is it that your own people, when asked by the media about what is the municipality doing, they say, we don't know what this municipality is doing? They open the taps every day, the water comes out clean. They see you, the truck taking the refuse, those who receive the service, but when they are asked by the media people, what is your municipality doing? People say, we do not know. Why is it that people say, we've not seen our ward councillor since we elected him? In our region, are our ward councillors actually meeting with their ward constituencies to address the issues that people are affected by every day? So the IDP process has got phases where we start with the preparation in terms of your process plans, the planning processes and everything. And then we engage in analysis. In analysis, we take stock of our realities. At what level? At street level. To say, we've been doing all these things we've been doing. Do we see the change that people are talking about? How many people are here? What is the level of service that we're giving to the people? Do people have access to piped water, clean roads, clean environment, electricity, everything that We promise to give. And once we have done the analysis phase, we then have to devise strategies. That's when we agree on interventions, what needs to be done. And then we must arrive at stage of projects and how those projects are going to be delivered, and then we execute. And so our district IDP framework envisages certain structures that will drive the process at the district level. And one of those structures is the IDP Rep Forum. This is the forum that you are now constituting. It is not a meeting that is called because we have nothing to do. It is required by law that this meeting must be held. But then it is up to us whether we allow this meeting to be just a tick box exercise for us officials to say on 24 November 2022 we gathered in Oudtshoorn, so we can tick the box. Or we say from our gathering in Oudtshoorn, when we meet again, these are the outcomes. This is what happened. This is what was raised. And so we have said in the agenda that from the issues that were raised in Mossel Bay, we must now today get some feedback as to what has been done between May and now. That's how many months? Six months. So that's half a year. Surely those departments that were there and there were issues raised will be able to tell us today as to what have they done. Community safety will be able to tell us what have you done between then and now. SAPS, you've heard the brigadier is here. She says she's ready to tell us what they are doing as SAPS. And so are other sector departments. And from today, we will then say, this is the status of our region. And then we meet again, we then say what strategies must be employed to deal with the issues that people are raising. The gentleman at the back raises the issue that has been talked about by the national government. I'm sure all of you have heard President Ramaphosa and Minister Dlamini Zuma and all the leaders talking about the district development model. I think that's what he's talking about. In the Western Cape, we talk about the joint district and metro approach, which seeks to bring together all planners, stakeholders, and everybody to say, as government, what is it that we are doing in the space? We have our own structures in the Western Cape that are working. Your district coordinating forums where mayors meet and discuss issues, your municipal managers forums, the various IGR forums, and therefore we've said there's no need to replace those things that are working. We just need to ensure that they work even better. The point is, we meet in these meetings, people make promises. We're going to do this, we're going to do that. And we go home and everybody forgets. And then we meet again and we are surprised when people burn tires on the streets and everything. So we want you to use this opportunity to engage deeper. As you have said, I'm sorry you didn't give us your name from Ward 3. Yes. We need to engage deeper as representatives of the communities. It is not enough that we are here, sitting in these chairs and signing the attendance register. But also we must be very careful that IDP meetings become platforms for lamentations, where everybody comes to cry and nobody provides solutions. We have been in local government for many years now. You raised your hands to represent the people. It therefore means you must provide solutions. to the problems of the people. The mayor doesn't have the monopoly of wisdom to all the troubles in his area. For Mr. Councillor McPherson, is it otherwise? Am I 100%? Okay. So the mayor doesn't have all the magic wand to resolve our problems. But if we collectively agree on solutions and we say, you are the one to lead, then we are able to hold him to account and say, but we gave you the mandate, we gave you the resources, why did you not do it? Then we can hold them to account. So it should not be only lamentations. We have to, as representatives of the people, come with solutions to the problems of the day. What is clear is that there is nobody who's going to come from Pretoria or from Cape Town or from anywhere to resolve our problems. We have elected governments over time. We have different experiences, but I think the best lesson for all of us is that the solutions are with us. People come in, when they come to us and they speak very nicely, and you go home very encouraged that our lives are going to change. But when we do the analysis, nothing much has changed. So it is up to us, as people that have raised our hands, that we will represent the interests of the people, to come with solutions, to hold each other accountable, to ensure that what was promised is delivered. And in doing so, we must hide no difficulties. And we must tell no lies. And we must claim no easy victories. And we must tell the people the truth. If we can't deliver on something, we have to be honest and humble enough and say, yes, we said we're going to do this, but because of ABC, we can't do it. It doesn't help hiding from your people that elected you. It doesn't help you to build a very high wall so that people cannot see you anymore. The people are interested in what you promised. If it is not doable, we have to tell the people why it is not doable, so that they know what to expect from us. One of the problems is that South Africa is over-promising. We are always telling people we have the solutions for everything. We've got to tell the people things that we cannot do. But those things that we are able to do must be done. It can't be that people are elected and things that do not happen. And so that's why we gather today, to take stock of what we have done, to look in the face of the IDP and say, this is what was promised and this is where we are. We also want to encourage cooperation and alignment. We are serving the same constituencies. A ward exists in a neighborhood, or a neighborhood exists in a ward. There are streets there and they grow into a town, into a municipality, into a region, into a province, into a country. The constituency that Alderman Boysen must serve is the same constituency that Alderman McPherson must serve. And it therefore means the efforts and the energy that is put to serve those people must be felt by those people. In the eyes of the people, we are one government. It doesn't matter whether we are a district or a local province or what. That's why people demand schools from mayors. You can tell them however times you want that it's not my function to build schools as a mayor. People are going to demand schools from you. You know why? Because in the eyes of the people, there's one government. People are going to demand from you, Mr. Mayor, hospitals. You can tell them 1,000,000 times that this is not your function, but you will hear when you go to the communities, they will tell you that they want a hospital. It therefore means the government, and in all the spheres, whether it's local sphere, provincial sphere or national sphere, you've got to work together because you save the same space. It doesn't matter, Mr. Satula, whose function it is. A Gogo Dlamini who lives in Ward 1 in a particular municipality doesn't care. She wants a school, she wants an ambulance. And the next person of government she sees is a ward councillor. The ward councillor to her must deliver an ambulance. You can protest how many times you want that it is not your function, but you are the face of government in front of that person. And therefore you have to deliver. And that is why we have this forum where government departments must come and tell us in May, in Ward 1, in Neisner or so, they wanted an ambulance as an example. Where is the ambulance? In New Horizons, in Plettenberg Bay, they want a police station or a mobile service or anything that's gonna give them access to the SAPS. Where is that? They've been saying it for years and years. Every meeting we meet, they're going to demand it. So we have all the departments here that have been called. And the program director mentioned the theme for today about growing the economy. In all your wards, you have unemployed people. And those people are looking for solutions from you. What is it that the Department of Agriculture and others are doing for people to get employment, to get poverty out of their houses? And so maybe from today moving forward, it is our responsibility as delegates, as representatives, to use these opportunities, not to point fingers at all times, but to bring solutions. Our people are saying the IDP process is just a talk shop. You choose very nice words to put them together to tell them what they want to hear. And they will tell you, in 2001, we said we want this in this word. It's 10 years or 20 years later, it's not there. And so government this year is engaged in what is called the 21-year review of local government. What have we done since 2000 when we instituted this type of local government that we do? What is the picture of local government? Are we moving forward or backwards? What is our experience for the last 20 years? And we must be honest and brutal about ourselves, whether or not the promise of a new local government system in South Africa has delivered. And many of you were there in 2000 when these new councils were established, and you've been in the system since then. Can you honestly say we have achieved what is sought out to achieve? So that review will be published at some point, and I hope those that have opportunities will have access and participate in the review, because it's only the views from the people that will enrich the review process. So councillors, executive mayors, colleagues, and the traditional leadership that is here, we are gathered today in this IDP rep forum for the district of Garden Route to look at our processes, to receive inputs from departments, and to sharpen our strategies as we move towards the other phases of the IDP process. In the next months after December, we have to go towards approval of the IDPs in March. And the wish is that what will be approved next year in terms of the reviewed IDPs is something that contains projects that can be delivered to meet the needs of the people. And that can only happen if you participate. Henge and Mosala will not help you. Of course, they can put together the IDP, but what goes into that IDP and what comes out must not depend on them. We have to ensure that those officials, that our IDP managers, when they stand in front of the people, it is not for them to be thrown stones at. And we say the IDP manager is failing us. No. From the ward level to the highest offices, the planning process is very important. The disconnect between the communities must come to an end. We cannot continue planning in isolation and uninformed by the people. And therefore, Program Director, I would like to wish this gathering a success. And we will be observing the discussions, and we hope it doesn't take the form it did in Mossel Bay, although we must raise sharply our interests that are very close to our hearts, but we must make sure that it doesn't become an imbizo for community safety, as it almost happened in Mossel Bay. With that, thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Municipal Manager. I am informed that we are also joined by the Speaker from Oudtshoorn Municipality. Welcome, sir. And we also joined by ward committees from Knysna. So we would want to welcome all that have just joined us. I'm also informed that power will be going off in the next few minutes, but the generator will kick in. So, Mr. Mayor, please, you mustn't say it's sabotage. Because I'm assuming it's the time when you'll be speaking, but there will be that short interruption. Some of the challenges that we're dealing with as a country, and hoping that we'll find a sustainable and long-term solutions, as the municipal manager was talking about in his outline of why we're here today. Now, allow me, without wasting any time, to invite Alderman Memory Boysen to do the district IDP and budget performance overview of Garden Road District Municipality. Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Program Director, and all protocols observed. Must I be flexible?
Yeah, I think I interrupt the transmission to your radio. It's not like 2 minutes, 3, but then the generator kicks in.
Okay. I've just been advised that we should probably wait until the power goes off so that I can't be interrupted. But whilst we're waiting for that, because I'm now standing in front of you, I'm going to tell you a joke. May I tell you a joke? I don't know where to start. But I'm gonna refer to what one of the ladies of George told me this morning. And apparently she waited almost a year to tell me this. We all know during elections, we put up our posters and mayors, especially mayors' posters, etc. And my poster was also up as Memory Boysen for district mayor. And apparently, because of my name, now we all know the name Memory. You know, it's the most used name in the world. It is also the most famous name in the world. You can go anywhere in the world, whether they speak Spanish, French, just go to the graveyard and you'll see the name Memory there. Now, what I want to get at is that my poster was up, my name was there, memory, and apparently this lady's daughter knew me, or she knows me. And when they were driving and when they saw my poster, her daughter started crying. And she asked her daughter, "What's happening?" And she said that, "Did that man die?" So can I do the countdown to ESCOM? But guys, speaking about ESCOM, you know, people don't trust government because we're known for making promises and it almost never happens, or it doesn't happen on time. But with ESCOM, if they say 2 o'clock, it's 2 o'clock. They deliver. If there's one thing that ESCOM delivers, it is cutting off electricity. But guys and colleagues and folks, while we're waiting, I just need to acknowledge, we know that we dealt with attendance and apologies. The mayor of Beto is online, and there are other senior politicians who are also online. But let me say this, colleagues, that our prayers today are with the people of Esekwa. There's a fire in Esekwa, and currently the wind is playing along. If the wind changes, we know it's fire season. If the wind changes, it will change the dangerous game that is currently playing out in Esekwa. So our prayers are with the people of Esekwa. And also, let me say this up front, in the meanwhile, whilst I'm making up time, Mercy James. Is ESCOM late today? Maybe we must give them a round of applause. ESCOM is late, but indeed, colleagues, that is not what South Africa needs. We do not need the blackouts. But let me try my luck. And Mercy James, I mentioned your name. I'm going to go back to that. Last week, on the 17th and on the 18th of November last week, we were all in the West Coast. There are 30 municipalities in the Western Cape. 29 municipalities were present at the SALGA Provincial Members Assembly. And one of the topics that came out there was the IDP. And there was a debate on where does a district get its IDP? Thank you. We can trust the municipality of Oudtshoorn. When the power goes off, the lights goes on in Oudtshoorn. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we've dealt with all the protocols, and I want to start where I've ended. I started with the name Mercy James. I'm going back there. And the reason I want to say thank you to Mercy James and all the IDP practitioners from all 7 local municipalities. The debate was, where does a district get its IDP from? And people were raising their hands, and some people were happy, other people were unhappy. And I was just sitting there and I was smiling. And I got the impression that this district is probably the only district that is doing what we're doing, that has established an IDP rep forum for all the local municipalities, because people there were all over the show, you know, not really knowing what was happening regarding the IDPs. And there was also a sense that the district gets out of the blocks and then the bees follow. And in our instance, it is the other way around, and it is the right way. We wait for the local municipalities to deal with their IDPs, and then we follow, then we put it together. And I'm going to put this into context. And I also want to apologize up front, Mr. Lusanda and Mercy again. They always write me my speeches and what I have to say. And on my way here, I promised in the car, I said to my PA when my PA gave me the speech, and she said to me, Mr. Mayor, why aren't you going through your speech? And I went through the speech and I said to her, this is one of the best speeches in terms of being very simplistic. There's no jargons in it. It is straight to the point and it deals with all the matters. But what Mondestrato have done now here, he has changed the ball game. And I think I'm going to follow suit. So please, I will touch on some of the matters, but please forgive me. It's not going to be word by word, comma by comma. I'm going to do what Mondestrato have done. And colleagues, let me tell you, there are 7 municipalities in the Garden Route. We all know them. Beto, Knysna, George, Oudtshoorn, Kanaland, Esekwa, Mossel Bay, George, etc. But there are 7. With the district, we are 8 mayors. I am the 8th mayor in the district. There are the 7, then there's the district mayor, who is Memory Boyson, who's still alive. And whatever our duties as mayors, you can go into the Systems Act, the Structures Act, the Municipal Finance Management Act, then in all the law books, there are duties for a mayor. It tells you what a mayor is supposed to do. Now, let me tell you, out of all the things listed, whether it's 15 duties, there's one duty that always stands out for me, and that is a mayor must give strategic leadership to council and to his community. The mayor must be strategic in doing that. And now let me tell you, we're very strategic at the Garden Route. And because we're so strategic, it confuses a lot of people. Now let me deal with those confusions so that people can understand it. Mondestrato, before I get to what Mondestrato has done here, I want to touch on issues raised by Mr. Satula and by Mr. Wessels. Now, colleagues, it is correct, and it is how it works. People see their councillor first. Before they see a minister, before they see the president, before they see the premier, they see their councillor. And they send their councillor to the municipality. And their councillor, the municipality, goes to the mayor. Mr. Mayor, this is what the people want in my ward. And that is how it should be. Now I want to come to the point on how is this process now going to link with all these new strategic links that's coming from government, you know, district models, we call it differently in the Western Cape. How is that going to work? It was one of the questions raised by Mr. Satula. And I'm going to exactly explain how we fit in currently with that model. And Mr. Wessels is also correct that sometimes we don't come back on matters because it's matters that provincial government or either national government is supposed to deal with. But people came to us, we accepted the list, we kept quiet, we send it to province, we send it to national, they don't answer us, so we also don't come back to the communities. Now, colleagues, that is not how it is supposed to work. And one of the other challenges, each and every ward, whilst we wait for the wards or the local municipalities to do the IDPs, the dynamics are different. In my ward, for instance, people want to hear housing matters only. Don't come to them and tell them that we're going to build a sewer plant. People want to see things with their eyes. They don't want to hear about a sewer pump or a sewer pipe that is underground. The only time that they would raise that question is when the sewer runs in the street, when that pipe is blocked. If the pipes are not blocked or whatever, people don't care about what happens underground. They want to see homes, they want to see houses, they want to experience jobs, they want to see firms going up. That is what brings people to our meetings in our wards. In other wards, where the dynamics are different, it's a different ball game. We know those wards where the people go and where they understand what is happening underground, and where they understand you start underground before you come up. In our wards, we want to see you on top. And it must state, if we make the loud hailing, you must say, izindlu bahlali, behuisingsvergadering. As you say IDP, nobody's going to rock up because it's boring to our people. But it is very important to us as the leadership. Now, there's a lot of things happening behind the scenes, and I want to come to the district IDP rep forum. There's a lot of things that's happening behind the ground or behind the scenes. If things go wrong, this is the new Mr. Satula. This is the new setup now with district municipalities. If things go wrong in a local municipality, the district mayor gets the call on why are things not happening in a particular municipality. Just to give an example, yesterday I was in a meeting with some of my colleagues, the MM, Mr. Lusanda. We were in a meeting regarding Kanaland. National Parliament was there, the Auditor General was there, Provincial Treasury was in the meeting, National Treasury, MISA, the Municipal Infrastructure Support Agency, they were in the meeting, and Kanaland was in the meeting. And there was one question: why are things going this way in Kanaland? Service delivery is not comparable to any other municipality in the district. Everything in Kanaland is going this way. At the members' assembly that I referred to, out of the 30 municipalities, there were 29. Kanaland was not there. And I believe even today, when I've listened to the apologies, again, Kanaland is not here today. Now, Mayor McPherson, we cannot fold our hands when we know that there are people crying down the road for various reasons. Now, this forum is to deal with matters of that nature. All municipalities, all citizens of South Africa deserve services. And if things are not working well, we need to intervene. Now, let me give examples, because some people say we say things and things don't happen. Let me give examples on one of our strategic and catalytic projects that we said it would assist this district as a whole going forward. Now, colleagues, one of the other things, we all know that we had the COVID pandemic. We know what COVID did to us. We lost family members, etc., etc. That was a pandemic. There's another problem that is happening in the different municipalities. The rubbish dumps or the landfill sites. People, if you're not going to have a place where the municipality can come and collect your rubbish and go and take it somewhere so it can be processed, if we do not have such places, that's going to cause another pandemic. People are going to die. If you can't throw your rubbish away, or the municipality can't come and collect it because there's no place to take it to, that is going to cause a pandemic. That is going to kill people. That is going to cause diseases. That is going to make your children sick. We said that we need such a place for all the municipalities in the Western Cape, all 7. We're going to provide such a facility. It took more than 12 years to get it off the ground because all municipalities were saying, we have our own places to dump rubbish, that we don't care, forgetting that their places are going to get full. And what then after that? And people thought we were crazy. People thought we were mad. I can proudly announce here that we are now in the final stages for that regional landfill site to be realized. The bank, one of the banks of South Africa, have approved the money for us to build that regional facility. Out of the 7 municipalities, I think there's already 4 municipalities that will make use of that facility. It is Beto, it is Knysna, it is George, and it is Mossel Bay. Oudtshoorn is still fine, Kanaland is still fine, Hessequa is still fine. But in a couple of years' time, they're also going to run full. And when that happens, this facility will be available for their use as well, to make sure that our people are not going to be affected by diseases caused by rubbish and nonsense that is running in the streets. We also said that, and we know it and we've experienced it with COVID, food security is a big thing. There's drought, there's all sorts of probably diseases. The ostriches are dying sometimes, there are swine flu, all sorts of things. Food security is also going to be a big thing. And what we have realized is that our fruit in the district, the farmers here, they send their stuff to Joburg. We went to Joburg and we understand why they're doing it. Because in Joburg, there's a fresh produce market where people take their veggies, their fruit and everything, and people go and buy it. We don't have such a facility that can accommodate the farmers of the Western, of the Garden Route. We said we're going to build such a facility so that our food can remain here, so that our fruit and food can remain cheap. Because it goes to Joburg, the very same Pick n Pays here buys it back from Joburg. Then they have to up the prices because Garden Route potatoes went to Joburg. They bought it in Joburg to bring it back. Now we're saying we're going to build such a facility. It's going to cost us 20 million rand. But guess what? If we don't start today, by the time our children becomes mayors and speakers and whoever, it will be 50 million rand. So the future starts today. Spend today for the future to be better tomorrow, because it's going to get worse. And our studies are already in an advanced stage. National government agrees with us that it's a good idea. So that is in an advanced stage, the feasibilities, and everybody is saying it is needed. We went to Joburg, and Joburg even said to us, Their facility is getting too small. They like what we're doing because they can't cope, because even Botswana, Mozambique, everybody takes their things to Joburg because that is where this big facility is. They're saying to us, it's a brilliant idea. The farmers, we've engaged the farmers are happy, and we will announce soon on when that will start. I've referred to fires. People, the Garden Route is one of the districts that disasters always happen. We're now in the fire season, it's burning as we're sitting here in Hesekwa. We said to ourselves, we need to have a fire station. Now remember with what I've just said, with the 7 mayors, I'm the 8th mayor, everything I do, I think 7 municipalities. I don't think George, I don't think Oudtshoorn, I think 7 municipalities. If I strategically decide on anything, I must ask myself the question, is Oudtshoorn going to be happy with this? Is Kanaland going to be happy with this? So everything we do is for all 7 municipalities, is for all 600,000 plus people of the Garden Route to benefit. So everything we do is to benefit all of you, no matter where you are, no matter which party is in charge of your municipality. We do the things for everyone in the Garden Route. Fire station. There are municipalities that do not have fire stations, but they also burn when there are fires. They need to phone neighbors, and the neighbors are dealing with their own fires, so the fire trucks can't get to municipalities where there are no fire stations. We said to ourselves, we're going to build a fire station for the district. If it burns in Van Wyksdorp, or is it Van Rensdorp? Van Wyksdorp, if it burns there, there's no fire station, Oudtshoorn is busy, we send a fire truck there because we have the facility. And let me proudly again announce, as we speak, the contractor is on site in George, building a district fire station that will respond to all 7 municipalities. And I want to say thank you to George Municipality. George Municipality gave us the land. And I want to say thank you to provincial government. Provincial government also contributed financially. We're talking about a 15 million rand fire station that will be top of the range. And all these other municipalities that are far away from George, where you do not have a fire station, we are in the process of considering putting up satellite fire station. We already have one in Kanaland. We will look to see where are the furthest points from George to put up those satellites. There's a satellite in Beto as well. It is Kanaland, it is Beto. We're going to look at all the far points in the district to put up those things. So all these people who are saying they don't know what we're doing, now I'm telling you what we're doing. And for all the other naysayers saying we do not have a role to play as a district municipality, if the other district municipalities don't have a role to play, this is our role as the Garden Route. The theme here today is to grow an inclusive economy. Now, people, all the other countries where people are happier than South Africans is because their economy is working. People are having jobs. People who trade in the streets, the vendors, they are respected by their governments. We saw what happened in Joburg, where vendors were chased away, their things were taken. Oh, come on, guys. Come on, guys. That is what makes an economy tick. If people do not have permits, we should not destroy their businesses because they do not have permits. When people don't have permits, we must assist them on how to get permits. If people who are selling in the streets are standing at the wrong corners, they must go to the mayor and ask the mayor, where then is a better place? And the mayor must identify and say, go there, we will assist you. If we have to build shelters for you, we're going to get money, find money, ask for money, and do it. Now for that, for an economy to work, you need different kinds of skills. Not everyone will be a teacher. Not everyone wants to be a lawyer. Not everyone is going to be a doctor. But everyone can help his family. And if you help your family, you help the country. And if you help the country, you get a better economy. And we as a district, we made a decision that the Garden Route must be the skills mecca of the Western Cape. If any company comes from outside into town, whether it's a tire company, whether it is a retail company, they must phone the Garden Route and say, where can we get people? Where can we get the youth that has these skills or that skills or those skills? We must be able to press a button and say, in Hesekwa, we must be able to press a button. If a company wants to open up a business in Hesekwa, whether it's in KwaNokutula and Hesekwa, they must be able to phone us. Or if they phone that mayor must phone the district and say, here's an opportunity, what skills do you have? We press a button and we say, right there in Heidelberg, there are 10 youth with these skills. We've trained them. They are unemployed. They are graduates. Here they are. We have started that. People thought that we were mad when we had a skills summit. We've actually gone so far with this. And now whilst we're doing this, our neighbors think we're mad, you know, for various reasons. Daar's ook mos jaloesie. Hierdie maar gaan dink hy slim of 'n ding. Ons gaan hom nie support nie. We human beings, we do that. Overseas governments have called us and say they like what we're doing. The Flanders government has given us 4 million rand to develop skills in the Garden Route. Klap hande man. Dis vir julle kinders, dis vir die jeug. Ons gaan die geld gebruik om die jeug op te lei in die verskillende skills wat hulle gaan nodig kry vir as die job opportunities opkom. En ek sê dit nou, there are mayors online. There's a mayor right here, and I'm saying it now in front of all the mayors. We've already started in each and every municipality. We have put a graduate who's unemployed in those municipalities to get the data from all the municipalities. Where are the youth? Waar's die wat matriek geslaag het? Wat die skills het jy? Oudtshoorn het, Beto het, George het. Ons het hulle daar gesit. Ons betaal vir hulle to make sure that we get the information. Hoekom loop julle kinders sonder werk? Hoekom is julle kinders met grade, maar hulle het nie werk nie? Ons het dit gedoen. Ons het dit begin om seker te maak that we stick to our promises. And you must go to your municipalities and ask your municipalities, who are these graduates, or who is this specific graduate in your municipality, because so that you can tell them, ek sit met 'n kind daar by die huis. Is my kind se naam op jou lys? You must do it. And I'm saying this here publicly because it is the reality. Each and every municipality has got it. At our head offices in George, we have 5 to assist again those who are already in these municipalities. We will become the skills mecca of the Western Cape. Selfs as jou kind, ook nie almal gaan matriek slaag nie, mense. Not all of us are going to pass grade 12 for various reasons. But with this skills mecca, even if you did not pass grade 12, maybe you're a very technical person. We need to take that into account. Die kind wil karre regmaak, maar ons stuur om college toe. Laat hy nie tegnies is, man. That is what we need to do. Let our people be technical as well, and not just have degrees and everything. Every qualification counts, people. But there's one thing that we should not allow to happen. Hulle moet skool toe gaan. Jou kind moet kan lees, jou kind moet kan skryf. Veral wil jy 'n mechanic wees, en jy moet daarom weet, as jy 'n bulb moet bestel, om te skryf bulb. So that is what we're looking into. We're all having problems with ESCOM. The president is talking about renewable energy. He's talking about a lot of things. He names it, he names it, he names it. We have decided, as one of our catalytic projects at the district, we're also going to create an enabling environment for renewable energy projects to work in the garden route. All mayors, there's not a single mayor who don't want his town's lights or electricity to continue to be on. All the mayors. We are now just in a process of having that discussion to say who is going to do what. Sometimes to duplicate is also not the greatest solution. What we need to do is to complement each other. And I want to say it here up front, on part of our properties already in the previous term, we gave permission, we've put land aside in Mossel Bay for renewable energy projects to be established on those sites. We are now revisiting that because it's another problem in South Africa. Maybe I must not say this. But we give opportunities to people when they say they're going to do good, then we give them the opportunities. And when they have the papers in their hand, when council have given them the resolutions to say, come and do your thing, sien julle nooit weer nie. En hardloop hulle rond met the council resolution looking for money. Only then do they start looking for money. En dan gaan 5 jaar verby en niks gebeur op munisipale grond nie. Julle ry verby die grond, julle sien die grond, daar gebeur absoluut niks. As julle ons kom vra, dan sê ons dit vir Piet Pompies gegee. Piet Pompies hardloop in Joburg rond, loop en geld soek. Hy breek ook al klaar en sê hy is sy grond, is hy sy grond nie. Hy doen nie wat hy sê hy gaan doen nie. We're going to revisit that, but we are open to renewable energy projects. And we're going to revisit that property in Mossel Bay, and we're going to give it, we're going to take it to whomever we gave it to. I'm saying it now, and that person must listen. Ons gaan hy grond afvat, want jy doen fokol met die grond. We're going to give it to people who are going to use municipal land. We're going to take it away. If we have to see you in court, we'll see you in court. You're not going to sit on people's land because it is the people of the Garden Route's land. That land must create work for the people of the Garden Route. We're going to take it away, and we're coming for all of you who is sitting on Garden Route property and you're doing nothing with the property. Ons gaan dit kom afvat. Dan moet julle hande klap vir dit. Because so when I'm taken to court, myself and the municipal manager, I am going to say the people of the Garden Route, the ward committee members, the community members, the stakeholders, the traditional leaders, everybody have said that let Garden Route property work for the people of Garden Route. I'm going to quote you in court. If these buggers are going to take me to court, I wish them luck. Now, colleagues, there's another thing. And again, people did not understand why we're doing this. But izindlu abantu bakhala ngezindlu abanye basezilistini komasipala bayajikiswa kuba baqualify, kuthiwa imali enirholayo ininji, kodwa nxa niye ibhenki ithi incinci asizoninika i-loan. Van julle is op munisipale lyste verhuise, maar die munisipaliteit verwys julle terug, van julle verdien te veel geld. Maar as julle by die bank kom, dan sê die bank, julle verdien te min geld. Julle gaan nie 'n lening kry nie. We've heard your cries as the garden route. We are now involved in human settlements. Some people don't understand it. Some people don't like it. And I keep on saying this, the mayor knows, and I'm going to repeat it. We are not here to take away RDP from the municipalities. We are not going to get involved with RDP or breaking new ground. We want to help those who do not qualify at the municipality. We want to build for you who don't qualify. I'm now talking about anybody who earns more than 15,000 Rand. I think that's the threshold for RDP is 15,000. Now, if you pay 15,100 Rand, the municipalities say go away, and the banks say you can't get a loan. We want to help you. Anybody who earns more than 15,000, we want to help you. Now, I know what is the next problem. You are blacklisted. You did not pay Edgar's, you did not pay for Shini, now you are blacklisted. We know that. We want to help you too. Even if you're blacklisted, come to us. We've already had discussions with provincial government. We've already had discussions with the banks. Because sometimes you are blacklisted. I was blacklisted because I had a bursary at university, which I had to pay back. When I came back from university, I didn't even have a job. There's a lot of people who came from colleges and whatever. I was one of them. I didn't have a job. At the university, send the accounts. Memory, you done studying. Our money. I didn't have a job. I got blacklisted. So I know what you guys are going through. And this is where we want to come in and assist. Also, people go and study in George. How do you study in a shack? You send your people from Oudtshoorn to go and study at an institution in George, South Cape, Nelson Mandela. Your children are living in shacks and in backyards. We are saying now we're going to build accommodation for students for the whole district. Now that is our strategic vision. And everything I've mentioned here, guys, everything I mentioned here has been approved. And I'm saying it on record. We're not going to go and get permission and then we get turned down and I come back here next year and say, I'm so sorry, that didn't happen. Everything I've mentioned here has been approved. It's going to happen. One of the other things, colleagues, an economy with no electricity will never work. An economy where people don't have water will never work. Water is life and electricity is power. And I'm saying it here again. There are other municipalities that are struggling with water issues. We as Kanaland is one of them. Unfortunately, we'll have to make examples of things that exist. Kanaland has got water problems. Now, we're saying as a district, and I'm repeating this, and I'm not going to get tired saying this, we want to be a water services authority so that we can help the municipalities that do not have the money for their own infrastructure. We want to go in there and help them. The other municipalities that might not need us, good for you. Continue doing what you're doing. We want to help the small boys. There are big boys in the garden route, but there are more small boys than big boys. We want to help the small boys. So please support us in those endeavors so that the local municipalities When they need assistance, we're there to help them. And I'm saying up here now again, we have assisted farmers. Here's the mayor of Oudtshoorn. In fact, he came to me saying there are water problems with the farmers, or some of the farmers in Kanaland. This mayor came to me and we sat around the table to see how we can assist. We assisted farmers here with water. And one of the conditions is that they have now started to pump the water. We have found the water. We are now in the process of purifying the water and see how the water can also become portable. One of the conditions, I think it's 6 boreholes, 4 are up and running. One of the conditions is that one of those boreholes will be connected to the Oudtshoorn water main line that goes to Kanaland, so that Kanaland can have guaranteed water. Mayor, even if it's just you to clap hands for that, we're assisting Oudtshoorn. Because we're helping Oudtshoorn, those complaints are coming to Oudtshoorn. If Kanaland can't come up the hill, they call Oudtshoorn. So we need to assist Oudtshoorn so that Kanaland can then also be assisted directly or indirectly. I think the rest will come out when we deal with the engagements. But I'm here to say it on record. We're different from any of the 43 district municipalities in the country, because we're doing things that people are only used to at local municipality level. We are now actively service delivery orientated. In the past, district municipalities were shifting papers and getting grants and giving it to people, whatever. We are now dealing with service delivery matters. Matters that affect you at home, that you normally go and knock at your local municipality, continue to do so, but the local municipalities now know they can come and knock at the district to assist them where their arm is too short. We're there to strengthen the arms of the local municipalities. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Colleagues, and now that I'm seeing the traditional leaders in the house, and I want to say it here in the presence of the traditional leaders, and I am going to forthright and I'm going to say what we are experiencing currently. We all know that there's legislation out there that is making provision that the traditional leaders should now also come and sit around the table. But we are having a problem, leaders, and it is something that you need to address, because we as mayors do not want to run into trouble with you as the leaders. And the challenge that we faced with is that every day, we meet a new chief. So our problem as mayors is, to whom do we make the commitments? We must reach a stage, Mayor, we must reach a stage where all the mayors in the Garden Route, all 8 of us, must be under one roof with all the traditional leaders, so that we can have an agreement. Because colleagues, if I'm a king, my son is not a king. My son is a prince. So the prince can't come and behave like the king. So traditionally that is my plea as a district mayor. We do discuss these issues, and I'm saying it now in a platform because you are here. We need to resolve these matters so that you tell us, Janeman is my seun. Jy luister wat ek sê en nie wat Janeman vir jou sê, Mr. Mayor. Tensy die pa saam met Janeman kom, dan vat ons dit van daar af. Want ek was saam ouens op skool. Let me make another example. Ek was saam ouens op skool. Ek praat al die tale. Ek leer nog net daai op die emblem. Ta, terek, ta, ku, pe. Ek leer daai. Nou, ek was saam met man op skool, man. Hier kom sien hy my nou as 'n mayor. Hy is ook nou 'n high chief. Dit kan nie wees nie. So those are the matters ons moet dit uitsorteer. Chiefs, layers, ons moet dit uitsorteer. Maar ons weet ook, chiefs het hulle councils. Ons moet nie die council members confuse, omdat hulle nie chiefs is nie. Julle het julle councils, maar ons moet dit onder een dak uitpraat en uitsorteer, sodat na die premier toe kan gaan, want die premier het ook al met ons gepraat. Want van die chiefs het gecomplain by die premier. Julle kry nie ons ore nie. Want ons is confused. We need to resolve that. Ladies and gentlemen, let this district be the most progressive district, and it can only be the most progressive district if we meet like this and we do what we say we're going to do. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for giving a district overview in terms of our planning processes. I will now invite the manager responsible for integrated development planning in the district to share the state of service delivery within the garden route and also reflect on some of the pertinent issues that were raised in the session that was held in Mossel Bay on the 5th of May, the one that the MM and the mayor referred to. Ms. James.
A very good morning. Thank you, Program Director. Good morning to all our executive mayors, all protocol observed. Mayor McPherson, thank you so much for hosting us and for having us here. It's always good to be here. Just for those who don't know, Mayor McPherson is inviting investors. If there are people, business people listening, Mayor McPherson said Oudtshoorn is open for business. So yes. Today marks the second IDP budget and PMS forum that the new councils have started. And this rep forum was established in 2018, as it's often difficult for sector departments to visit municipalities at ward level. So for us, this specific rep forum is very important because our sector departments indicated they can't go to ward committee meetings. It's just too many to attend. So this meeting is nice because we are all together here. So we are very grateful to our municipalities in our region who do have functional ward committee structures to deal with ward level matters. And as MM stated, at this level, we have to work towards a vision for the district as a whole and discuss solution for district-wide challenges and not just think at this level of our respective wards, because it's more district. And today, we have to be conscious as our ward committee members and people from the public that we are speaking to the district municipality and we are speaking to sector departments. So the issues that we are raising must kindly be aligned to those functions of the sector departments and the district. For example, if you've got SAPS issues at this level, it's better to rather speak to your station commander first, than to raise issues at this. Otherwise, this meeting will not be a strategic meeting. And like said, it will become a meeting where we just lament, and that is not what we want. So we are encouraging participants of this meeting to speak on high-level issues. So we are, as planners and community leaders, we must always keep our eyes, for me, on the vision of our country as captured in our National Development Plan. And we are working from our small corners in local government space, working towards implementing the National Development Plan. And an extract from the National Development Plan that helps us to reimagine our South Africa. And it says that, may each community has a school. This is how we think and see the future for Garden District, that each community has a school. We have teachers who love teaching and learning, local library filled with a wealth of knowledge, a librarian, police station with respected and upright police, a clinic with nurses who love caring for people. In a well-designed community surroundings, we feel safe everywhere. There we enjoy meeting one another. We find so much pleasure in one another's company. Everywhere we go in our country, we hear the laughter of our children. And I think that is something that we really do miss in our communities, our country, laughter. Yes, you know, we as South Africans, we can make jokes about ourselves all the time. But really, if you think about it, that many of us are so much under stress, and we have seen so many suicides in our region because of the immense stresses that people go through. But as government officials from IDP today, and community leaders, as visionaries, may we reposition ourselves to make a difference where we are planted. So, Nontokozo, if I can go to my presentation, I firstly would like to give feedback with regards to what transpired at our meeting on 5 May 22. And at that meeting that took place on 5 May, most of the issues related to safety, and therefore safety, community safety, and SAPS will provide some feedback to us today regarding those issues that were raised. So I can't speak on that, as you've requested. And there were also some issues that specifically for B municipalities that were raised. For example, a ward committee member in one municipality gets a different kind of stipend than the other one. So those kind of issues, we kindly ask that it's not raised here, but at B level. So from the district side, there was an issue. There's just 3 issues that I'm mentioning that was raised at that platform that's relevant to us: alien vegetation and water security. So what we can say is that the Garden Route District Municipality applied for an alien vegetation control program grant through the Western Cape Government Provincial Treasury to reduce the fire risk and improve the water supply. Then everywhere we go, there's this issue of water security, and there's a issue of water quality. Currently, the district is in the process of applying to become a water services authority, and we are following a Section 78 process. So we will be asking B municipalities for their support with regards to this. Then there was a question with regards to the Chrysalis Academy. People were asking if we can't get Chrysalis Academy a bit closer. And I think your response, Mayor, was that we want actually our kids to go out of these spaces where they are. But what we've done from our side as the district, we signed an SLA with community safety, and I'm sure they'll be speaking about that as well. And this is to really streamline the recruitment process to ensure that our youth in rural areas have access to Chrysalis Academy. So often maybe our youth, the reason why they want it closed might be a transport issue, but if we streamline recruitment processes and we can ask, for example, our B municipalities to transport our youth to Tokai, then that will also assist our youth. Then there was a question with regards to youth skills audit and youth employment. And our mayor mentioned our skills mecca. So what we've done is that the district appointed skills mecca technicians at each of our local municipalities. So you will find the skills mecca technicians at our LED offices in each of our local municipalities. And then what we are doing, the skills surveys done by the district through Skills Mecca, is to align the various economic sectors of the growth and development strategy. So currently, for example, we've got a strategic priority that's got to do with just energy transition, local energy transition, renewable energy. So what we do is we go to the companies in the district who does solar plants and so forth, and we ask them what are the kind of skills that you need, and the district will then train people accordingly. So if I then go, so all other matters I can confirm was circulated to sector departments. All of the sector departments are not here, but those who are here, we kindly request that the issues that were sent to you, that you do respond. So because this is IDP, okay, yeah. Because this is an IDP budget and performance, we have to tell you how we performed as a district municipality. So I've just taken some of the highlights from our unaudited annual report for the 21-22 financial year. And one of it is the energy master plan that was approved by council. Then council also availed an amount of 680,000 for the Garden Route small, medium and micro enterprises support and development program, through which 32 small businesses could be assisted with equipment and material, helping them to become more productive, profitable, and self-sustainable. Furthermore, what we've also done, which is a highlight to us, is 22 students participated in the Cater Care program and obtained their certificates for successful completing the Quality Council for Trades and Occupations accredited level 2 course. Then, in terms of our EPWP project, we created 528 work opportunities. The target of 297 work opportunities have been achieved and exceeded. 61 training opportunities were provided to EPWP participants as per the implemented projects, and then also our De Hoek solar project. Then, in terms of the issues, Nantokoza, if you can go to the issues that were raised by our B municipalities. So, the general issues that were raised sector departments, for your information, is community safety as we know it. People in our communities indicated that there's lack of police stations, lack of policing resources, footbridges, poor response time to emergency situations. Also, we know education, that there's lack of ECD centers, lack of schools in terms of local economic development. Our communities said lack of local economic opportunities. Then there's health services, you know, all the basic. You can go to the next slide, Nontokozo, because I think we know all of that. Next slide. Okay, so what MMS also raised is very important in terms of our structures that we do have in place, so that we are able to give all these inputs and that the issues of your municipality are raised and addressed at these IGR structures. Because many times maybe municipalities might find that it adds no value, but if you are not there, then we cannot hear your views or what do you see must happen, and you can't provide input to collectively come up with solutions. So the IDP Budget and Representative Forum takes place biannually. So we have one scheduled every year, November, and that is after our B municipalities have gone to communities to do their public participation. And then in April annually, because then B municipalities have their draft budgets and the district has its draft budget in place, to then go back to communities to say, what have we come up with? What could we now put in the IDP and what could we now budget for? Then we've got our DCF, our MMF forum, and then very importantly is recently we've established 7 working groups per strategic priority. So some of the strategic priorities is like circular economy, resilient agriculture, just energy transition. So there are 7 working groups. We are saying if you would like to attend these working groups, because civil society and government, because of JDMA, civil society, as Mr. Jacques has indicated, must plan together with government. So these working groups are established so that civil society could also participate. But we ask that if you go there, that you are not there as an individual, but that you are representing a community organization or specific, you know, you must be a specialist in an area so that you can add value to this, to the discussions that will be taking place in that working group. Yes, then in conclusion, mayors and colleagues and ward committees, co-planning is important. We are saying this all the time, and I believe that we are going to get this right. Co-planning is important to ensure that co-budgeting and co-implementation is achieved. Hence, for the current term of councils, greater focus to be placed on collaboration with all spheres of government. So JDMA is not a swear word. It's really just coming together to plan together and make sure that what we are planning are truly integrated. We are asking sector departments to kindly attend the IGR meetings that is scheduled on local levels where possible. For example, in Oudtshoorn, we've got an AGR stakeholder forum, and we also have one in Bito municipality. In Mossel Bay, we've got a Mossel Bay Economic Development Forum. I think Hessequa also has a forum. So it's great if sector departments could also at local level attend these meetings. And then at the last district IDP managers forum, it was agreed that the district will collate all the inputs annually and submit to sector departments, and then programs will then be monitored through the various JDMA structures, so that we don't have 7 B municipalities speaking to the 13 sector departments, but we compile a document together and sector departments can then respond in that way, and then we distribute it to the B municipalities, and they can also then follow up on progress that takes place. So now, in conclusion, we will continue from IDP side to not only focus on compliance, but to really ensure that as one government, we positively impact the lives of all the people in our beautiful region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. James, for that overview in terms of state of delivery, service delivery across our area. Now going to open up for any comments, questions based on the inputs that we've received from the local mayor, the district mayor, the district municipal manager, as well as Ms. James. So I will note hands. I'll only pick up 5 hands, and I would ask that we be as succinct as possible when we ask the questions, because you may find some of your other questions will be answered in the other presentations that will be taking place. So can I see hands? I see one of the chief in front. I see one of Mr. Vessels. I see another hand of the gentleman from Bito. And then I see a hand there. And the last 2 hands is the gentleman here and the gentleman there. Start here, please.
Checking. Thank you. Thank you. I will do so. I thank you, Honorable Chair, for opportunity to speak on behalf of the traditional leaders in the Oudtshoorn region, Klein Karoo, Groot Karoo. My name is Paramount Chief Hermanus Pacis. I am the senior principal leader of the Kane House, which is umbrella body of all the 5 houses of the Khoisan, which means the Nama, the Griqua, the Horikwa, the Bushman, and the Cape Khoi. Yes, Honorable Mayor Memory, we must conclude in doing business and make sure that we have one umbrella body. Yes, we have tried for so many years, about 10 years, we've tried to manage that tool to make sure that we have one umbrella body that can speak from a district, local, provincial, and national level. We will do that. Mine is the issue of how will we coexist. Coexist, it's a very important tool for our government to make sure that all participants are taking our wards, our areas, and our towns forward. Making sure doing that, we are ready to presentate and to propose some projects for the district and for the local municipality that can take our people forward. I will do it by later stage to give it back to Marcia because we have a nice communication. I will submit my proposals to her because what I've noticed, yes, you are right, Honorable Alderman Boyson. People running to the municipality and saying they are the rightful owners and they are the rightful chiefs. Let me tell you that they will be surprised. They will be surprised because at the end of the day, we need to conclude in business, making sure that we take the people forward. I thank you.
Mine is very short, really. I hear all the good things that's happening, and we can only clap hands for it. I think it's brilliant. My question, however, is there a performance criteria standard from SALGA or from some level for local authorities? And can we get a report on that? You know, whatever those criteria is, because to just look at the highlights or the lowlights, I think negates a lot that needs to happen to make things happen. So I would love to see that.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Program Director. I don't have anything to say other than request a program so that I can follow. And the last speaker there was reading, and I cannot even make a follow-up what because it's not in front of me. There's nothing here. So can I have that so that I can read now and a program so that I can participate and follow? Otherwise, it's useless to be here if I don't have a program. Thank you.
Okay, we'll make provisions for that. And
Thank you, Chair. As a chairperson of Cape Nature and especially the Protected Areas Board, I'm quite concerned about the status of the Fire Protection Association in the Garden Route. These members of this association should attend meetings, quarterly meetings regularly. During my term as the chairperson in the last 2 years, none of these farmers attended these meetings. And as the mayor earlier noted that it is fire season now, and we must take care of what is going on in the field. Is there any fire breaks? So that is a concern that is everywhere now at this stage. And as I've said, I haven't seen these members of these fire protection associations.
all right. There are two hands this side, Mnune.
I'm Clive Ross from George Ward 1.
Okay.
Hello, Mr. Boyson. I just want to ask this question. Thank you very much for everything that you've done here. But there's one thing that it doesn't mention here. What about the disabled people? Do you make also a contribution for disabled people in your skill plan? Because I think that is one of the most needed things in your skill plan.
Thank you. There's a hand there, Mnune.
Good day, everyone. Okay, mine is directed to the district mayor. In fact, it's not a question; it's a request. You know, I always am very interested when he's about to say anything, and when I'm making reference to what he said to my municipality, everyone is clueless. So what I'm requesting is, I would love if there's anyone minuting what he is saying, because at one stage, when I requested that the presentation that was made at Mossel Bay, the guys must get that. They did get the presentation, but what he said on that gathering was not on those minutes.
Okay.
And most of the stuff that I need, most of the time, is what he is always saying. So if I can get what he's saying, then everything will be perfect for me.
All right.
Thanks, man.
Who is making the request?
I'm making the request at,
Okay,
at our
if you can
municipality.
introduce yourself. sir.
Okay,
Yes.
I'm Luvuyo Fata
From Niza.
from Nice.
Yes. All right. There's a last hand here. Mnene.
Good morning, Maya. Maya Boyson. I'm really glad and I salute you for what you've done through the years. And I also want to thank you for helping Kanaland because I'm from Kanaland. I'm a Ward 2 and Ward 4 and Ward 1. We are presenting Kanaland. I'm really glad that you promise to do something about us. And I hope that in future you will also helping with the youth that's staying at home. Some of them are druggies now. So I like the MECA skills that you started in the garden route. I'm working with the Kanaland municipality as a ward committee. It's for 15 years now. And I'm a community worker. And I like that our youth and our council will help with a service delivery in future. And then one of the youth, he's also want to say something for you. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Mr. Hi. I'm not like this every time. Just when I come to people, I'm not nervous, but this morning I'm nervous. So excuse me. So I'm gonna start off.
If you can introduce yourself, then
I'm
calm the nerves.
Yes. I'm Abel Afrikaner from Ladysmith, Ward 1. I would like to start to say, education is the greatest engine of personal development. It's through education that daughter of the patient become the doctor, that the son of the mine worker become the head of the mine, that a child of the farmer can become the great president of the great nation. That's why I love when Mr. Memory said, we're talking about the youth. So when people talk about the youth, I want to put my input into the youth. All the communities, the ward members, any municipality sitting with problems, druggies, street children. We talk about, yes, we're going to open a big facility for people who don't have jobs and stuff. But what about the children on the streets? We just look at them, we talk about them, but we never reach into our pockets, say, yeah, go buy you some roll-on. The furthest we go is for a 2 rand, or we say they lie about the 5 rand for bread. So I'm working with the youth there in Ladysmith, Mr. Memory. And there was a meeting now held, I'm not sure the date, but I come with a solution. I have the problem and a solution, Mr. Memory. And the solution is containers to start at the communities. A container that they can use for, let's say, the skills Mr. Memory talking about. Let's start. We have a lot of community leaders in our municipalities. They can take some time off to come to the containers, teach them. Because why? That's why I say education is the greatest engine of personal development. So yes, and so the containers in areas that the municipality or can give to the community, give that 4 containers, one for work with the hands, one for education, they say social development come, etc. But yeah, that's just my point. I want to lift when I hear about skill programs.
Thank you.
And about how to help the youth. Thank you very much.
All right. No, thank you. We will be responding now. I'll start. I'll give Messi. Is there anything you want to comment on? No. And then maybe the 2 mayors will respond on what they are doing in terms of skills, disability, people with support for people with disability and youth programs. So I'll give that to the two mayors to respond in terms of their interventions. I would request you, because the people that are joining live are unable to see the ones that are asking questions. So when you respond, executive mayors, I would request you to come to the front.
I'm gonna respond bottom up. So I'm gonna start with the last inputs from the lady and the gentleman from Kanaland. I think, colleagues, and this is, and the mayor just reminded me as well. One of the things that we really need to concentrate on, and youth leaders like yourself will be useful in this, because sometimes the mistake we make as government, we think we know what you want. We think we know what you want. We must hear from you. What do you want that would work for you in your community? Sometimes we bring things and it doesn't work, and we think that we have delivered services. In the meanwhile, that is not what you guys wanted. So I think, and the mayor have just alluded to this, and Mercy and them and the note takers is also to take note of this. We must be specific. We must be area specific in terms of learnerships. A learnership for Oudtshoorn is not necessarily needed in Kanaland. Kanaland needs a different learnership for the different dynamics that are happening there. The same for Mossel Bay. Sometimes we tend to say, here's a learnership, and we distribute it to all 7 municipalities. And the other youth, that's not what they need. They need something else. So we now need to hear from you guys. I've already made a note of containers to do certain things. We now need to find out what learnerships would work in your area or in the different areas, and what apprenticeships are we going to introduce to assist some of these areas. We now need to listen more and then put resources to what we've heard. So we're going to embark on that. And then also on these things of learnerships and apprenticeships, we have partnerships with South Cape College, with the Nelson Mandela University, with Stellenbosch. If we know what you guys want, we can ask those institutions to say, don't you have this in your curriculum? Maybe bring it in to your curriculum. So when we send the youth, then it's exactly what is needed, and it's exactly what the youth want, and not what we think. Everybody must have maths, and you go and study maths. This is not what your economy or your area needs at that specific moment. So MM, and I see you've nodded on this. It is something that when we have all the collected data for the apprenticeships, the learnerships, we will then engage these institutions. And then also to make provision for those who do not have grade 12 to see where they can fit in. There's also these things called NQ this, NQ4, you name it. Those things we now need to strictly concentrate on. The request of Luvuyo, I agree with you. They must minute it. They must minute it the way I say it, because some mayors might say I'm speaking nonsense. So if it is written, that mayor must then come to me, and then you say, this is what the mayor have said. You say to the mayor of Knysna, the mayor of the district is saying, Knysna's got 1, 2, and 3. So then it's no longer your fight with the mayor. Then it's that mayor's fight with me. And we then resolve it so that you guys can benefit. Because otherwise, up, ons stry mekaar af. And sometimes we play the power game as mayors. Who's the most senior mayor and who's junior? That's nonsense. We are all mayors for the community. I'm not senior to Mayor McPherson. He is not senior to me. We're here for a purpose. We mayors. We must make society work. Let me not go there. Seniority doesn't count. So it must be minuted as such so that you can quote me and say this is what the mayor have said. Speak his hand up. Oom Clive. Dis 'n groot woord wat u gebruik in die sin van what provisions, wat doen ons vir die disabled mense? Soms weet ons hoe om die woord te gebruik nie, en soms is ons bang om die woord te gebruik. Are you disabled? My MM has got another word. Differently abled. Okay. Because want soms behandel ons julle anders. En intussen het julle dieselfde vaardighede as enige ander man in die straat. So, firstly, laat ek dit net so stel. Ons gee baie aandag op dit. Selfs ons gebou is ingerig. As jy nou na ons hoofkantore toe gaan, ons gebou is ingerig, sodat diegene wat uitdagings het, hulle ook toegang kan hê tot 'n tweede vloer, tot 'n derde vloer, tot 'n vierde vloer. Nou, ons moet dan nie die discussion hê in terms of how disabled are you and in which areas are you challenged? Because not all disabled people has got the same challenges. And it is the same with how we treat the youth. We need to have the discussion. Probably that's another discussion we need to have. I said we need to have a discussion with the traditional leaders. We need to have a discussion with the people who are physically challenged. We need to have such a discussion as well, so that we can have a database. You know, another thing that's embarrassing, now that I'm raising this, you go to countries overseas, a mayor will tell you how many people live in the ward, how many are employed, how many are unemployed, how many are disabled. I was embarrassed the one time. And I had to speak after these mayors. And these mayors were saying, we've got so many people, whatever. And I thought, ja, ek weet nie eens hoeveel mense is in die wijk waar ek bly nie. Verstaan? We need to have that. And with the computers and with everything that's happening, we can have that. You go to your municipality and there's a list to indicate so-and-so is challenged. And here are his challenges. Because there are companies that puts it as a requirement. We want disabled people. We want 10 disabled people. Only then do we phone around. And in the meanwhile, you know your neighbor, or you know somebody who's disabled in your ward, and you think he's uneducated. And in the meanwhile, he's done his stuff, he's got his qualifications, he's got everything. But because we put you in a corner, we don't know what is happening with you. That must also change. So it is definitely something that we note. We need to know what is happening within our societies. Who's disabled and how physically challenged are they, so that we can make the relevant provisions. The chairperson from Cape Nature, that is a problem. You know, colleagues, you know, and I want to say this, no job allocated to you is unimportant. Even if you sweep the streets, you are a very important part of society. You must be a professor in sweeping the street. People must know that Henge is on duty today, because when Henge is on duty, the streets are clean. Whatever you do, let me tell you this. Colleagues, let me tell you this, and I want to come to, people think that their jobs are unimportant, so they don't attend meetings. We must make people understand how important they are, and how important is what they're doing is to society. Those fire people and whatever, it's crucial. It's crucial for them, for that information to know where the fire breaks. I drive to work every day. And I'm going to repeat what I'm saying, and I'm going to put it on record. Gerard Otto was sitting here as well. I drive from Platte to George every day. And from George, I go to the various municipalities as per my responsibilities. And it is frightening. The fire risks in the district is frightening. There are areas, and I'm going to mention here, and I want the people who are listening to be aware that it's a concern to me. I don't want to be the mayor the day a fire breaks out in Wilderness, as an example. It is beautiful, the nature, everyone has a house under 10 trees, everyone has got fynbos standing this high in their gardens. They are not even, the roads are not even wide enough for fire trucks in Wilderness. It worries me. And I'm not saying this to be funny here, I'm saying this that we must all be responsible. Those who must have fire breaks, do your fire breaks. That's crucial. So I agree with you, Chairperson, and we're going to raise that at the relevant forums. We're going to raise that with all the fire chiefs. We're going to raise that with working on fire. We're going to raise that for working for coast. We know what the stakeholders are when it comes to the preventative measures for fires. Yes, sir. Certainly. Certainly, I will go there. Yes. He wants to invite the fire chief, and if the fire chief gives me enough notice, I will go with the fire chief. I went with the fire chiefs. Oh, people are gonna punish me for this. In Hoekville, you turn over in Hoekville, Rantersbos, what's the place? Toosranten. Sorry to the people of Toosranten. I'm supposed to know my district. But I've been invited there and I went with the fire chief. I will do the same on your invite. Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. The issue on a performance criteria, there are definitely performance criteria out there. In fact, for each and every sector, there are ways to measure whether things are working or whether things are not working. Because even within the structures of the municipalities, the senior officials, they are getting measured through these criteria. And if those criteria, and the public, they're on our websites, they're wherever, and in such forums for the community, you can indicate to say that in my area, these are my concerns, and then we can then link the dots to who is responsible for 1, 2, and 3. So we do have that, Mr. Vessels. And even we as mayors, we get assessed on are we still fit? And I don't want to say it out loud, but in the first world countries, they elect a mayor every year. Every December, mayors get called and mayors get reminded, this is what you said at the IDP rep forum. Have you done it? And there's a tick box exercise and you haven't done it, tata goodbye. Dan is jy net 'n mayor vir 'n maand or for 12 maande and you will never ever be a mayor again. We mayors for 15 years and people are still crying sometimes. Yes, ma'am, I'm going to come to you now. Mr. Satula, you've raised your point in terms of you guys need to be prepared in terms of what is in front of you, what does it entail, and then we take it from there. I love what Chief Bachis have mentioned in terms of coexistence. We need to coexist. That is the only way how government can optimally perform, is through coexistence. And Mr. Lusanda mentioned the issue, or Mercy also mentioned the issue, even with the projects, we must be straightforward. We must tell you immediately that we can do this, we can't do this, or we will do it, but not immediately. It will take X amount. Our problem is you say yes, and in the meanwhile, it's going to take 5 years, and you expect it within 5 months. We need to be straightforward with that. And Mr. Banchis, I want to raise something here that was also brought to my attention now that you've raised it with projects. I got phone calls, Duiselsdorp. I don't know whether you folks are from Duiselsdorp. Okay, I got phone calls, Duiselsdorp, possible invasions of land and everything. And when we investigated, the chiefs were involved, etc. This is also a discussion we need to have, because there's potential for projects there. And if you identify projects, it must be those identified projects. So, sir, that is a discussion we need to have. I haven't been there. I didn't have the time, but I know Oudtshoorn was dealing with it. And I also know my MM was also dealing with that. But I then also now need to get to the table and hear from the chiefs and the leaders what is happening in Duiselsdorp. Thank you. Mr. Lusanda, over to you, but I know that there was a hand from the lady at the back.
Is that a question to the mayor? Okay.
Good morning, I'm Esther Prinsloo. And I want to, I hear what the mayor said about the places is very dirty. And I want to invite the mayor to Reenendaal, because in Reenendaal, all the streets is very dirty. And it's only the main street that the people are cleaning. So I want to invite the mayor to come and make a turn in Reenendaal. Might be when you are there, and here you will come, all the streets will be clean. And then there's another point what I want to ask you. The last time you were set in Mossel Bay, all the ward committees must have tablets. You will provide, the municipality will provide for this. And I was asking our mayor, and he said, there's no money. If you ask for something, there's no money. So please, if you can talk to the mayor or the councillors from Naisna. Thank you.
I'm gonna start with the last one. I got clapped by the mayors on that one. So Luvuyo, those are one of the things, you know, when it's minuted and whatever, the mayors came for me on that one. But those are the kind of engagements we really need to have, because it is called in English, you must have the tools to work. If we want you to work as ward committee members or whoever, you must have the tools. Because even if you sit at home, you can still speak to your mayor whilst he's in Joburg, if you have the right tools, or your ward committee. But that is a discussion that I'm going to continue to have with the mayors. They're really not happy with me. But I'm going to continue to have that discussion and to come on the dirtiness. And I want to make an example here as well. We as the district, and let me put it out here, and it is something that we are debating. We as a district, we don't have trucks that collect rubbish like the municipalities. We don't have that as a district. We don't have the bulldozers that cleans the illegal dumping sites. We don't have that. But what we've done, and we've started in George, we've done it in George, and this is the new debate we need to have. We threw money at the problem. We gave George money to say, George, for all your expenses to go and collect the trucks, the diesel, whatever, we gave them money to do that. And probably this is what we need to revisit, you know, because the money don't clean those streets. It is the bulldozers and it is the trucks and it's the boots, the people we employ to go and clean those streets. That is the discussion we're looking into, to get people to go and clean. Because just to give the money doesn't clean those streets, because that money goes and clean maybe neckies, instead of Reenendal. But that is a discussion we need to have. But we do want this district to be clean. And instead of money, maybe we're going to have partnerships to get the bulldozers and the trucks with the municipalities to go and clean. But I will come to Reenendal. I love pork. I believe there are a lot of pigs in Reenendal.
In the interest of time, our mayor is very accessible. So if you've got anything, you can just come to him and then he's going to deal with that. We don't have to ventilate it here because we still have a very packed agenda that we have to deal with. So now the next phase of our program is that of dealing with the sector. Oh, I don't see the MM. Yes. Is Angava? Is okay, he's my boss.
Thank you, Program Director. It's just a few things that I think are quite important that have been mentioned. The PMS part of it, which is performance management. If you look at the name of the meeting, we call it the IDP Budget and PMS Representative Forum Meeting. The whole point is that we are supposed to come here and present at a certain stage on performance issues, that there's a system that all of us use. And if people recall, we did it in the one meeting in George. And I don't think we were all ready at the time. I'm sure the IDP managers must relook at that, because that was the intention we put in the PMS part. Henge, I don't know what you guys discussed, but the intention was that we must table in these meetings what has happened. And there is a system for all the municipalities. The second thing was on the disabled people, as the mayor has said, indeed, if you look even at our adverts, if you read when we seek for employment, we're very clear on disabilities, but the sitters that we work within the skills maker have certain targets that they are putting. So we're making sure that that is taken care of. Mr. Mayor, there's two very important things I want this meeting to take note of officially. We have been talking about the issue of the Water Services Authority for quite some time now. Now, the Council of Garden Route has resolved to engage in a Section 78 process. Now, that is a Municipal Systems Act process, in terms of which we must gather information and all of that on what best mechanism must be used for water services in this district. Now, this is the process that we have been told by Kochta National to do. We request participation by municipalities in the process. We have been interacting with all the 7 municipalities over time. We know people have various views about how the whole issue of water services must be handled, but this process now must come to a conclusion. The Garden Route District Municipality wants to be a water services authority for bulk infrastructure only. The local municipalities must remain water service providers and authorities for reticulation and management of bulk infrastructure for that reticulation, which means the billing and the provision of water to households and businesses remains the function of local municipalities, but the district municipality helps in the bulk infrastructure services. This is so because the mayor has explained, not all municipalities have the same ability and capacity to deliver on this mandate. Currently, we spend a lot of money from a disaster perspective to do water services, and that is wrong. It's like you say, you're not going to be part of water, but we will call you when there's a disaster. And that's what has been happening over time. So that Section 78 process has been agreed by council, and we request local municipalities to participate. One thing that we want to make clear, mayors, the part that talks to your monies, the revenue part, where you bill households and and businesses, remains the responsibility of local municipalities. The infrastructure that makes sure that you rediculate water to the users remains your responsibility. So your financial part of it is not affected. What needs to be discussed is what is bulk infrastructure for purposes of the district and what is bulk infrastructure for purposes of reticulation by local municipalities. That's one part. The second part is that the Municipal Infrastructure Agency of COGTA has completed recently reports on the state of water and sanitation infrastructure in the region for each municipality. Those reports are supposed to be tabled in councils. And we invite councillors to look at those reports when making these decisions, because they give you a picture as to what is the backlog for water infrastructure for Oudtshoorn, for Kanaland, for all the municipalities, and whether or not your municipality has the capacity to deal with the backlog on bulk infrastructure for water and sanitation. Those reports were completed sometime early this year. They are supposed to have served in your councils by now, and your councils are supposed to have noted them, and the district municipality is supposed to have approved those. So that process must be completed. Over the years, Eden before us and Garden Route now has spent millions in studies for water services. And those reports cannot gather dust. They must be looked at because they were paid for by taxpayers' money. So what we want in the process is, in the end, that municipalities in this district, locals and the district must agree on the Water Services Authority way forward. Garden Route has expressed its view. It's up to the local councils to say whatever they want to say. We know there are those that say, no, we don't want you in our space, and others that say, yes, we want you, and so on. That debate must be concluded at some point. It can't take forever. The reason the regional waste facility took forever was because between us officials and everybody, we kept on disagreeing, arguing, and showing each other who's clever and who's better. And the project took more than 12 years. We have to make sure that those things don't happen for water. It must be resolved very soon. If the district becomes a water service authority for bulk infrastructure, so be it. And the locals remain and do what they need to do. The second thing, Mr. Mayor, is you mentioned human settlements. As we speak, we are engaged in the accreditation process for the district municipality to get level 1 accreditation. Now, this is a national and provincial government program where they want to see district municipalities assisting, as the mayor has said, in municipalities, in gap housing, FLISP, and student accommodation, and social housing. And social housing is rental stock for those that cannot buy. Now, for us to be accredited as a district, we need the local municipalities to take resolutions to support that accreditation process. And this is not a Garden Route program. It's a national and a provincial program. It does not, as the mayor said, seek to replace local municipalities, but it seeks to complement what you are doing. The space in which the district operates is in your jurisdictions. So the district doesn't exist outside of your jurisdictions. And therefore, if there is going to be social housing in Oudtshoorn, your municipality in the end must approve whatever plans are submitted there. And we need that cooperation. So the information has been sent to your municipalities. What we require is for all the municipalities to take the resolutions to support the district to become accredited. And I'm sure we'll be the first in the country to be accredited as a district municipality. On Friday last week, as the mayor has said, the Minister of Public Works, Ms. Patricia de Lille, encouraged us to again approach them for land for these projects, for FLISP, for social housing, for student accommodation. So Department of Public Works, the Housing Development Agency, and us working with local municipalities are busy identifying these land parcels for development in our region. And we request that local municipalities support us in the process. We know that there may be gaps in information. And I have my human settlement officials present here today. If there's any municipality that is not clear on what is required and what is the role of the district, please approach Mr. Mkunkwana and Ms. Sims. They are here to provide information so that whatever is not clear is clarified. Lastly, on the issue of the water services, Mr. Menze and his department are driving that process. And we will again, as I did in the past, did a round in all the municipalities. We'll be coming to your offices, presenting the process, and we request that the relevant officials be made available. What we have noted is that sometimes information that must serve before decision makers is not the information that is tabled. As a result, we hear people misinterpreting what the district wants to do. We are ready, Mayor McPherson, if you can invite me to any of your platforms, whether it's your council meeting or your mayoral committee meeting or any structure, to come and present anything about the two functions. We are ready and able to do that. We've done it before in all the 7 municipalities. We are ready to do that again because we don't have time to waste again in this term, debating and taking no resolutions. What happened with the regional waste facility cannot happen again with water and with human settlements. So those are the 2 very important things I hope are recorded in the minutes of the Rep Forum. And I hope the IDP managers take back to their municipalities and facilitate the discussion. Thank you very much, Chair.
Right. Okay, thank you so much, MM. My time now is it's 11:45. So between now and exactly 1 o'clock, we will deal with the sector departments that are present here. And we'll be very strict on time to avoid what happened in Mossel Bay, where we ended up leaving around 5 o'clock. So I want us, once we break for lunch at 1:30, we would have been done with everything, and then we won't come back here. So I want each and every person present here to note the questions as well, or comments they have on a particular presentation, so that when it's question and answer time or comments and answer time, then you are able to ask those questions. The first department is the Department of Economic Development and Tourism, which is represented by Ms. Mabuya. The second department is going to be the Department of Community Safety, represented by Mr. Davids. So we'll deal with those, and then they all have 10 minutes. And then I would look at the time, and then I'll come and remind them once we are closed, and then remind them to wrap up. So I hand over to you, Ms. Mabuya, so that your 10 minutes is beginning now. Yeah, thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. Can I just confirm that everyone can hear me?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me say thank you, Chair, for granting us this opportunity to come and present to the IDP meeting today. And before we start, let me say all protocol observed to everyone that is in attendance today. Chair, the last time we were in this particular meeting, we were here in May presenting on the projected projects of the department. And I think the opportunity you are granting us now is to present on the progress of the projects that we had presented in May. But before we start going into the projects, I think it's very important for me to highlight some of the policies and strategies which underline some of the decision-making taken when it comes to the type of projects that we are implementing. Obviously, when COVID hit, the Western Cape government had to come up with a different approach in terms of handling the pandemic and the impact of the pandemic. So the provincial strategic plans that were developed after the pandemic had hit looked into 5 different areas which spoke to safety, economy and jobs, empowering people, spatial transformation, and culture innovation. But in terms of our department, we were specifically focused on what we call VIP2, which speaks to the economy and jobs. Obviously, with everything that happened, we had to look at the recovery plan, and the recovery plan focused mostly on jobs, safety, well-being, and the importance of COVID recovery. So when looking at the jobs, can you go back one slide? When looking at the jobs theme, we had to understand which ones are the most critical jobs that need to be revived in order for the economy to bounce back, how to revive and stimulate the demand of those jobs, and how to bounce up by looking at some of the binding constraints, looking into the constraints and core fundamentals that inhibit growth in terms of jobs. You can move to the next slide. So as the Department of Economic Development and Tourism, there were 5 key focus areas that were highlighted to be the main focus of the department. The first one was the ease of doing business. How does one enable the economy to make it easier to do a business within the province? The second one was looking at investment and exports. And the third one looked at enterprise development, fourth one, skills development, and the fifth one, the energy resilience. So the underlying tone in all of that, and reviving and looking at these key focus areas was to drive the notion that we as the Western Cape Western Cape government are focused on ensuring that we focus on the campaign of saying we are open for business. We can move on to the next slide. So having looked at those strategies after the impact of COVID, the department then realized that we have to now shift our focus in terms of how do we then move forward in creating growth within our economies, and therefore the development of the growth for jobs strategy, which is the strategy that the department is currently looking into. The department is currently working on this particular strategy, and it's foreseen to be finalized within the 23-24 financial year. The key focus of this strategy is to how to enable the business environment, how to make it easier to do business within our local space, the support for growth opportunities, understanding that we as government do not create jobs. So how do we support the private sector to lead in terms of the economic growth and become agile and responsive? How do we create a conducive environment for the private sector, and to stimulate market growth through improved connectivity, incentive-based initiatives and promotions? So how do we get investment within our local spaces? So this is the current focus of the department. You will hear most of my colleagues when you go to the different presentation, we speak about G4J, that is the growth for jobs strategy, and that is our key focus for the years coming forth. Can move to the next slide. Okay, so when we were here in May, we had mentioned that under our first focus area, which is the ease of doing business, we had a fund of about 10 million that was allocated to do initiatives in the local spaces that enabled local municipalities to make it easier to do business with the business in their local spaces. So within the Garden Route municipalities, these were the municipalities that benefited and the projects that were done within this local space. So we had Knysna, Beetle, Mussel Bay. They submitted proposals for our ease of doing business fund, specifically looking at the mobile app. These were the 3 municipalities that were successful for this project to be done in their space, and they had qualified for a total budget of about 2 million. The second one was the website upgrade in Beetle municipality. That project is worth 350,000. Then Mussel Bay asked for a collaborator upgrade, just a module of the collaborator system, which they currently use. They qualified for 500,000. Culture transformation, it's a project that is run province-wide, and some of the municipalities within the Garden Route also qualified for that project at a budget of 140,000. And we had another improved film and event permitting project that Mussel Bay qualified for at an amount of 447,000 rand. Okay, in terms of Wesgro initiatives, they are not specifically aligned to the Garden Route municipality. They are province-wide, and there are municipalities within Garden Route that have qualified for this service that is offered by Wesgro. The budget for this initiative is looking at is at 62 million, and there is no specific project that is Garden Route's targeted and an amount targeted for the Garden Route, but it is province-wide, and there are municipalities benefiting for this, where Wesgro looks at the investment promotion and the export promotion for certain municipalities in the region. The same with the destination marketing in terms of leisure and the Convention Bureau. There's economic sector support that is offered by Wesgro. It's the same here. There is no specific project that is dedicated to the Garden Route municipality, but for those municipalities requiring support from Wesgro relating to destination marketing, there's a budget of 58,000 rand that was allocated, and they can benefit from that. They benefited from that funding. Okay, in terms of enterprise development, there was a whole call for proposals, municipal, we had a municipal infrastructure element to the booster project. In the Garden Route region, 3 municipalities benefited from this initiative. Hesekwa municipality had a business hub that was built in the KwaNokuthula area. That business hub is projected to be launched on the 5th of December, and they qualified for a funding of 2,750,000 rand. Over and above this, there was an upgrade of their driving range in the Riversdale area, where the current driving range space where the driving schools teach people how to drive was paved and upgraded and marked. That was also the benefit from the booster infrastructure project for Hesekwa. Also, municipality also qualified for a funding of 2 million rand to buy containers for a business hub in the Bongoletu area. Mussel Bay municipality also qualified for building for implementing a containerized business hub. In terms of skills development, there is an artisan development program where the Garden Route municipality is qualifying. No specific municipalities were identified there, but there has been a funding of 20 million, which they have benefited from. Okay, in terms of the Municipal Energy Resilience Program, there's a Energy Resilience Strategic Coordination and Implementation Project that is currently run. The municipal area that benefited is Beetle for an amount of 600,000 rand. And then in terms of the economy ecosystem support, this is across the board. So all municipalities within the province can benefit from that project.
2 minutes left.
Same as the Consumer Tribunal and the Consumer Call Center, this is accessible to all the regions. For the tribunal, there's R1 million. And in terms of our way forward, the procedure for municipalities to obtain support is through the JDMA mechanisms. I think as the department, we are present in the JDMA platforms that are offered. We serve in the Steercom. Municipalities can make contact directly with the department. Mercy knows that she can make contact with myself or my supervisor, Feiruz. If there is any specified processes that need to be followed, be it a call for proposals, that's the type of interventions that the municipalities would have to undertake in order to get access to our projects. Going forth in the 23-24 financial year, we have not finalized which municipalities and what projects will be implemented in the 23-24 financial year. As I mentioned earlier on, the growth for jobs strategy is in the pipeline and it's planned to be finalized in the next financial year. In terms of the assistance required from the Garden Route municipalities, we'd like the municipalities to continue talking to us via the various forums, economic forums that are available, the LED forums, the clusters, the Steercoms, just to stay abreast of any developments in the economic development space, stay involved. I think we have a good relationship with the municipality and they're forever responsive in terms of our request to them and their request to us. And I think I am done. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Fiona. And thank you very much for your presentation. And I would humbly request that you still stay with us because there will be a time where we'll have to take questions and answers or comments on your presentation. I will now request the Department of Community Safety, Mr. Davids, to come to the podium and request that the National Youth Development Agency prepare themselves after Mr. Davids.
Can I control it? No. Okay, I can do it. Okay. All right, no problem. Good afternoon. It's afternoon, yes. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Fuad Davis. I'll be doing the section on community safety. I'm listening to the MM and the mayors about us monopolizing the time on safety, but I think safety is the most important thing before anything else gets going. Your schools can't be safe, there's no safety. Your economy can't grow, there's no safety because it brings investment, etc. So safety is important, but I won't dwell on that. All protocol observed. Just to start off with, the theme today looks at the whole issue of growing an inclusive economy. And I think when you talk about safety, you need to ask yourselves, what promotes the economy? Jobs promote the economy. But if we have youth who are unemployed, who don't have opportunities, some of them might have the qualifications, but they don't have the opportunities. There's a saying that says that teach a person to fish and he can fish for life. But what if there is no fish? What if you have the qualifications, but you don't have the linkages or the networks to get a job, or you're not linked up with job opportunities? A typical example of this is an engineer qualifies, but he can't get a job as an engineer. We need engineers, but no one links him up with a company who can actually employ him. That's just about people who are qualified and trained. What about the unemployed? What skills are we teaching them? What skills do we need? Have we done a skills audit within this district? Have we done a local skills audit to see what's out there and linking in terms of skills, linking these youth to various jobs? I think these are the things we need to look at if we really want to make a change in terms of just on the theme to be talking about today. So we can press the slide. Those are just the North Stars that we speak about. See, looks like load shedding is bringing it to a standstill. Okay. So when we went to plan in terms of the medium-term budget priority committees, we were asked the question, what are we going to focus on? What should we focus on? How should we focus on it? And then also, how do we go about making the change? So there's key themes we spoke about, and these were improving law enforcement, strengthening the social protective factors, and improving safety. So next slide. I'm going to, because I don't want to waste time, I'm going to move to the questions being posed because we're here to report back on what we did and the progress we made. So there were a couple of questions. Next slide. That's just on crime stats. You have this presentation, so I'm not going to go on that. Ooh, it's really going slow. You can go again. Okay. Move on. Next one. That's on the Chrysalis youth. So maybe we should stop there for a while. So one of the questions was asked in terms of the Chrysalis Academy. What are we doing in terms of that? Okay. So the new way of working in terms of the medium-term budget priority is to say that we will address looking at an academy and a possible academy. We are still busy with a needs analysis. And once we completed that, we will be definitely looking at the areas looked at is George, one of them in the rural areas. And the other one would be obviously Beaufort West, that side. So those are the two possibilities of getting a training academy in this particular area. So we have to do the feasibility study first. And once we've done that, we can then obviously address the matters on that. So you can move on. Next one. Still now. Okay, I'm going to address some of the leave that for the SAPS official. The lack of police resources, I'm also going to leave for the SAPS official. There was a question with regards to footbridges. Transport and public works should be able to address that one. Okay, the various officials, I'm leaving that for them as well. The issue of neighborhood watches, and now we can maybe move, there's a neighborhood watches. I don't know why it's standing still. But so since the time we spoke last and now, we've brought upon 12 additional, accredited 12 additional neighborhood watches. So there's been progress in that regard. We can move on. You can press. Okay. Citizenship. How does you as a person, how do you become active? How do you address the matters in terms of safety? Do you just leave it there? Do you allow things to happen? Or do you actually pick up the phone? Or do you actually speak to a friend and say, listen, this is happening. Where do we address the matter? So when you become a neighborhood watch, yes, you can become accredited, but you as a citizen, what do you do in your community? And I always believe in active citizenship as one of the main pillars in terms of looking at safety. So this basically just addresses and talks to the neighborhood watchers about the training academy, which we're going to set up. And also talking to we had recently now, the 17th, 18th of October, we had a safety summit. The safety summit spoke to various issues of policing needs and priorities. It also brought up some of the issues from the communities as to what are the real needs in the communities. I think something which we just come through, and we spoke yesterday at the meeting with Oudtshoorn, is about the involvement of SAPS when we look at the SDF, the Spatial Development Framework. SAP should be involved because they assist in determining where houses should be and then looking at the areas in terms of that. So this is something which I think we must take note of. And when we do our SDF and before we get to our SDBIPs, that we've consulted with SAPs to see what are the safer areas, where are the crime areas, and which housing projects should we then do in which areas we should do. And I think that's something we should address. Next slide, please. Okay, looks like load shedding is gone and we will be back live. Hopefully it will work a bit faster. So while we're waiting, I think I was going to touch a bit on the whole aspect of the George, where we had this the safety summit. Some of the concerns raised, especially from the community, was that at a ward level, the issues of safety is not being brought to the forefront in terms of the IDP. That came out there at the particular summit, and I think it's important that we link up the issues. When I evaluate the IDP, I see a lot of ward level concerns around safety. But when I see the IDP itself, I'm trying to see where it links. We do give funding as a department in terms of safety, and one of it is to set up a structure so we can coordinate and work together, so that we work with the various structures like the NPA, SAPS, neighborhood watches, CPF, and so forth. And I think it's important that we coordinate and we do that at that level, and that's why we've given the funding. But also that we look at alternative measures in terms of safety and we address those alternative measures. Okay, I'm not sure now if the presentation is going to go on further or not. I'm just waiting for the presentation to start up again. And so if you look at the matters that we have spoken about and the questions that have been relayed to us, it mostly dealt with the additional neighborhood watches, which we have addressed. It dealt with the whole issue of the Chrysalis Academy, and as you see in terms of the planning, we've moved towards that. We can go on further. So this is just additional, but I don't want to waste time because I only have 10 minutes. This is just additional presentation. It shows you the stats in terms of the ombudsman. You can go to the next one. And then also shows you the stats in terms of the liquor authority and what we've done in terms of the liquor authority. You can move to the next one. You can move on. You just go on. I want to go to the budget because I think that's important. Okay, can you move to the next one? Okay, so the safety plan, we out of the policing needs and priorities, the safety plan will come out of that. So that summit was important because it set the tone as to where we're going to in terms of where we're going to invest. The next one, please. Okay, so this is just the budget. I'll just go through the budget quickly. For Kanaland, we've got 364,000, 379, and 393. That's for the years 22, 23, 23, 24, and 24, 25. For Issaquah, 537,000, 559,000, and 581,000. For George, 1.296 million, 1.349 million, and 1.403 million. For Oudtshoorn, 726,000. 755,000, 785,000. For Bito, 228,000, 236,000, 247,000. For Neisner, 378,000, 395,000, and 411,000. For Garden Route, there's the 1.5, which we give in terms of transfers. For each of the year, it goes up as well. So you'll see it's 1.77, 1.841, 1.51. Next slide, please. And then for Mossel Bay, there's the K9 unit, which we put, and then also Mossel Bay is 701,000 for 22-23 for safety initiatives, 729 and 759,000 for the outer years. So that's the budget. And I've basically covered your questions in terms of the last time and the progress we made. I think I'm within my 10 minutes. I'm leaving it there. Thank you very much.
Indeed, you were. Thank you so much, Mr. David. And now the next presentation we're going to receive is from the National Youth Development Agency. There were a number of youth-related matters that were raised, and then I'm sure that they will be able to respond to some of those. It's Miss Cronier, am I correct?
Miss Morrison.
Oh, sorry. Miss Morrison, I beg your pardon. Yes. You've got 10 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Program Director. Greetings to everyone with all protocol observed. I am Judith Morrison from the National Youth Development Agency, covering the whole Garden Route. We are based in George at Old Neutral Building. Just for the interest of time, I've made my presentation to be so short. Mainly, we don't have projects that are initiated per area. Our programs are just continuous programs from year 2022, 2023, and 2024. Mine, I will just present on the number of young people that we have assisted. We've got different programs like the entrepreneurship programs that prepare the young people for entrepreneurship, starting up their own businesses. It's just the basics of business management. In Neisner, we had trained 13 young people. In Oudtshoorn, 28 young people. In George, 28 young people. In Oudtshoorn, 15 young people. And then out of those in Neisner, out of the 13 that we have trained, only one young person have applied for the grant, and she has been assisted. She's on the retail sector. In George, out of the 28 that were trained, we have managed to finance 5 young people. In Oudtshoorn, up to now, we haven't had any leads. Then we've got young people that have been trained in job hunting, where we show young people how to prepare their CV, how to prepare themselves for the interview, how to conduct themselves when they are employed. We have trained 46 young people in Oudtshoorn, but we're still struggling to find them placement. But we hope that in the next financial year, we'll be able to assist those young people. Then we've got young people that have been trained in life skills. A life skills program is it's about mental capacity, preparing young people for daily lives, how to cope with their lives on a daily basis. We've got topics such as personal development plan, how to manage time, conflict resolutions. It's such topics that we cover on life skills. Then in NICE now we have trained 43 young people. In George, we have trained 66 young people. In Riversdale, we're able to train about 20 young people. Next slide, please. So basically, that's our trainings. That's the number of young people that we have trained in soft skills. Then we've got young people that we managed to assist them through our grant funding, that is financial assistance. It's not a loan, you don't have to pay it back, but NYDA does mentoring. After we have assisted with the grant, we also do a follow-up to check what other interventions that the young person might need in their businesses. In George, as I've said earlier on, we have assisted 5 young people. The other one is involved in videography. The other one is owning a spaza shop. The other one is in retail. So the value of the grant funding is 250,000 up to now. In Bito, we've got 3 young people that we have assisted. The other one is in events management. The other one in retail. The other one is in videography as well, up to the value of 150,000. In Neisner, we have got 2 young people. The other one is on manufacturing furniture, and the other one is on retail, up to the value of 100,000. Thanks.
Wow. All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Morrison. You got cut. You were explaining something. You were saying in Neisner you've got 13 young people, and then we could not hear you. You said only one is what? We could not hear you from the venue here.
Okay. In Neisner, we had trained 13 young, the first slide.
Yes.
Yes. In Neisner, we trained 13 young people on the basics of business management. And then, yes, then from that 13 that we have trained on business management, 2 young people have been assisted on grant funding.
All right. No, that's the portion that we missed. All right. Thank you so much once again. I would also request that you still remain so that we can deal with the questions and answers once all the other presenters have done theirs. The next entity is CEDA. It's represented by Mr. Kutsie. I believe that's Quentin. Is he here? Oh. Mr. Kutsie, yeah?
Good afternoon. Yes, I'm online. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody, all protocol observed. I'm here to present CEDA. I'll try to be very brief. As I said, my name is Quentin Kutsie. I'm the branch manager for CEDA. I manage the Garden Route districts. In the Garden Route, we've got the 4 branches, one in Neisner, Oudtshoorn, George, and Mossel Bay. Thank you. We can move the slides. My presentation, that's the outlay of my presentation, our vision, mission, our target market, our products and services, how do we keep support, key programs, and pop-up stores. Thank you. I've got our vision. We at CEDA, we would like to be the center of excellence for small enterprises. Our mission to develop and support small enterprises. And our goal, we look at sustainability and job creation. And with that, we want to reduce the social imbalances in society. Thank you. Okay, then also very briefly, we in all the provinces of South Africa. I've mentioned in the Garden Route, we can move to the next slide. I've mentioned in the Garden Route the 4 branches that we've got. On the slide, we just have the other branches in the province, but of interest for the district, we've got the 4 branches. Then I've got the triangle, the type of clients we're assisting. At the bottom, you'll see micro enterprise, and the top, the medium enterprises. The medium enterprises are normally those SMEs or businesses employing up to 200 people. At the bottom, you see micro enterprises. They just simply say 90% or most of our resources we spend on micro enterprises because that is where most of the support are needed. We can move on the slides. We can move. Then what we basically do at CEDA, we've got a client journey which we follow. the CEDA talk, where we give business advice, business registration, and we give training. We do that in conjunction with our stakeholders and our supplying partners like the National Youth Development Agency. We work also closely with the municipality and our database of clients. Then secondly, we've got the CEDA Start. Basically, we assist with things like business plan, business counseling. We facilitate access to finance, and we give valuable business support. Then number 3, what we are doing, we do business build. What we are doing as we get our clients from all over, we building their businesses, and there's various interventions that we are doing. The next slide. Then we want obviously the last on the last. We can move to the next slide. We've got CEDA Grow, where we give valuable business support. On the slide, you'll see signage for Arbaki, and you'll see a website on the laptop. Those are some of the support offerings we offer our SMEs when we call it CEDA Grow. We can move to the next slide. On the slide, we have some of our clients in the area which we are supporting. On the left-hand corner, you'll see Safari. It's one of our medium type of enterprises. We all know Safari. We all buy. Just to show that we not only support small enterprises, very micro, but we've got all types of clients. At the top, you'll see I Love Neisner. It's a client who we're assisting promoting the brand. And to the right, in the middle, we've got Zuki's from also a client out in the Bito Neisner area. These are just some of our clients that we are assisting. We can move to the next slide. On this slide, I just highlight how we give support. We make use of a filter system where we get referrals from clients, from stakeholders, and we invite to a business information session, and we assign the business advisor. What's important of this slide is that we have support that we give joint support with our stakeholders, and funding is up to 90%, 95% of the project cost that we assist businesses and SMEs, entrepreneurs. We can move to the next slide. Then we just highlighted some websites of interest for everybody, where SMEs and entrepreneurs can get valuable business support. These are sites where you can also go in for valuable links. We've got NYDA, National Treasury, we've got SARS. We just normally show that where support is needed. And the next slide. We continue with the next slide. Okay, and then we've got our key programs which we are promoting for the past 2 years, which we call the TREP. It stands for Township and Rural Enterprise Entrepreneurship Programs. The TREP is basically a program dedicated to transforming and integrating opportunities in rural areas and townships into productive business ventures. So we've taken out type of businesses. We are looking at the small-scale bakeries and confectioneries, SMEs in the auto body industry, butcheries, clothing and textile, personal care, spas and soap, and cheese and yams. So in our rural areas and townships, we have these type of businesses. What we are doing, we are assisting them to formalizing their businesses, and with them, we link them up with valuable business support from government and all other type of business support programs. So the past 2 years, we focused heavily on recruiting these type of businesses. We've been very successful in identifying these businesses, but for now, we are busy just empowering them to get the businesses sustainable over a period of time. We can move to the next slide. Then something new for us also in CEDA as a whole, we focus in pop-up markets. So far, we had two pop-up markets. We had one in the Gardner Mall. For our SMEs, that one was scheduled in March this year. We had one recently in Neisner, in the Woodmill Mall. So this pop-up mall is just an opportunity for SMMEs for them to get access to markets. They don't normally have the capital to be in a mall, so we allow them to exhibit their products and get it out on the market. We've got another one coming up from the 1st to the 4th of December out in Plettenberg Bay. So this is something which we are driving quite extensively, and the successes is very good. And as I say, we do it in conjunction with all the municipalities and the district municipality as well. We can move to the next slide. And I think that concludes, that is just my contact details with my branch's contact details. We've got quite a lot still to be added, but key for us is the pop-up markets, which we are driving in the district, which we want to have on a continuous basis. The pop-up markets is critical, and it's key for us, is allow SMEs to have access to markets. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Kutse, for that presentation. It's very clear in terms of the work that CEDA, as one of government entities, is doing in the Garden Route municipality. I will now invite the Department of Employment and Labor, Ms. Cronier.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Okay, they're going to fly to your presentation.
No, I don't have.
Oh, you don't have a presentation?
No, because mine is short and sweet and to the point.
Okay.
Yes. Can I go on?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll give you 5 minutes.
Yes, you can give me 5 minutes. Thank you.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sulet Cronier. I'm the career counselor at the Department of Labor in George. I just need to say that we have career counselors in all the other towns as well, like Mossel Bay, Oudtshoorn, Beaufort West, and Knysna. So our biggest job at the moment is to get job seekers onto our database, and then to match them again with the opportunities or the vacancies that are out there. We are working currently hand in hand with the Garden Route Skills Mecca, and we have recruited people for a home-based care project of theirs and referred our candidates to them. So our biggest aim is to get the youth, to get everyone that is unemployed onto our database, but also then for sector departments and employers out there to use our database so that we can place the correct person into the correct job. We also, on that, we also do psychometric assessments so that when a sector department or an employer has a learnership or internship that they want to run, and they have recruited people, but they want to do a psychometric assessment to see who's the best fitted for that specific learnership or internship, we do that as well. And you know, and all of these are deliverables that we do free of charge. Obviously, we're a government department. We get our salaries every 15th of the month. So whatever we do in order for people to get back into employment or to get employment. The others that we do as well is we do life skills training. And when I listen to Judith from NYDA, we do mainly exactly the same. We do CV writing, interview preparation, work ethics, time management, conflict management, diversity management, and so forth. And I think this is very important so that people can be more employable. I always say to people, if you want to give a dog a bone and you just give him a bone and you can choose either just a bone or a bone with meat, he will rather go for the one that has meat on. So we want to get people to have as much possible skills that they can, when they go into the labor market, that they are one of the best that stands out. I think we have a wonderful pool of people in the Garden Route municipality and the district that can really work together in order to get people into employment. And that's it.
Okay. We would request that you liaise with our secretariat so that you'll be able to reduce what you are saying into something written so that we'll be able to share with everyone that is present here, because there are ward committees, they have to report back to their constituents as well in terms of their activities and the work that the Department of Employment and Labor is doing in the region, so that they get access, so that they can have access to that kind of information. So I thank you very much, Ms. Cronje. The next department is going to be the Department of Social Development. Represented by Mr. Skosana. Yes.
Thank you, Program Director, and all protocol observed. My name is Mzukisi Skosana. I'm representing the Department of Social Development. Can we go to the first slide, please? I'll be very sweet and short, colleagues. This is our geographical location where we find ourselves servicing the district. We are in two districts, the Garden Route as well as the Central Karoo. In the Garden Route, we have 7 local offices in each of the local municipalities. The second slide. The second slide. How do we do our business as social development? We are what we call own services, where our local offices render direct services to our communities. And then we're also having the NPO sector, which has been mandated or given funding by the department at head office to render more or less the same services that we render as local offices. And our core functions as a department is to render a social welfare service to the poor and vulnerable, and in partnership with government and stakeholders and civil society organizations. That is our first level of intervention. Secondly, we are also rendering a community development service that provides sustainable developmental programs which facilitate empowerment of communities. For this financial year, 2022-23, the allocation for own services for our 10 local offices is 110 million to render services across the 10 local offices. That also includes compensation of employees of all our officials that are in the employ of the department. And then for the NPO sector, the allocation that goes to the 7 local municipalities in the Garden Route amounts to 126,638,000. Okay. Where do we derive our mandate as a department? We derive our mandate as a department from the Western Cape 5-year plan, strategic plan, which has 5 VIPs, and we fall under VIP 1, which is about ensuring safe and cohesive communities, and the third VIP is empowering communities. And we render services from the cradle to the grave, which we call the life cycle approach. We render services to children, we render services to youth, we render services to adults, we also render services to older persons. And that is the variety of services that we render for each of those categories that I've just alluded to. Now, if we go to each of the municipalities, the local municipality of Oudtshoorn, the services that we render there across all the 7 municipalities are more or less the same. We render child protection and family preservation services, including there is one child and youth care center here in Oudtshoorn. And then we also render social crime prevention and diversion programs for youth and adults in conflict with the law. And the third one, we render substance abuse prevention, early intervention and aftercare services. We also render victim empowerment services, including there is a shelter here in Oudtshoorn, which is for GBV victims. I think it is located in Duisseldorf. We also render services to young people. We do have youth development programs. For instance, in Oudtshoorn, we do have a youth cafe. For the NPO sector, you see the allocation there for all the different services that I've just rendered. For Oudtshoorn, the allocation that goes out of that 126 million, it's 25,804 to render all of those services that I've rendered, that I've alluded to. We also render psychosocial support services to persons with disabilities, including one residential facility here in Oudtshoorn. We also render psychosocial support services to older persons, including 3 residential facilities, old age homes, and also psychosocial support and reunification and aftercare services aimed at homeless people, including one shelter also here in Oudtshoorn, and also humanitarian and food relief services in the form of community soup kitchens. So as I've indicated, the NPO sector works parallel with regard to the services that we are rendering. The next slide, we are also deriving our targets from our provincial APP, and each month we have to report on those targets for all of the 7 local municipalities. Similarly, the same with the NPO sector. They also have their own targets, which they have to report to on a monthly basis. This is just a synopsis for Oudtshoorn. And then we go to the next municipality, which is Kanaland. The story is the same there in Kanaland, the services that are being rendered and the allocation to the NPO sector. For Kanaland, unfortunately, the allocation is a little bit smaller. It's only about 6 million that goes to Kanaland to the NPO sector. And then the next slide. The next slide is also just a synopsis of the performance that has been taking place since the beginning of the financial year until the 30th of September for Kanaland. And then we go to George. George municipality has the biggest bulk from the in terms of the allocation to the NPO sector. George NGOs, they receive for this financial year 37,707. As you know, George is the biggest town in the district. And then in terms of performance for the local office of George, that is what we have performed over the last semester, the last 6 months. When we go to Knysna, the same story applies to Knysna in terms of services and also in terms of the NPO sector. For Knysna, the NPO sector receives an amount to the tune of 18,677,000. Remember, I've said we, as DSD for own services, we operate from the 110 million. Ne? So we only have 110 million for the 10 offices that we have to do our services on a daily basis. The next slide is just also about the performance of the local office in Knysna in respect of the APP targets that we have to report to on a monthly basis to our head office. For Knysna, the allocation, as I think I've already indicated, is 18,677,000. BITO, the same applies to BITO in terms of services that are being rendered. BITO also has a smaller allocation to the NPO sector. It's only 6,929,000. And then the next slide, performance for BITO in terms of our APP targets. That's how we have fared so far over the last 6 months. And then the second last municipality will be Mossel Bay. Mossel Bay receives an amount of 21 million that goes to the NPO sector to render services that are similar to the services that we render as DSD. We do have a youth cafe in Mossel Bay. I think it's in Grootbrak River. There is also a shelter in Mossel Bay for GBV victims. And then the next slide, that is also the performance in respect of the local office of BITO, of Mossel Bay for the last 6 months. And then the last municipality will be Hesekwa municipality. Hesekwa municipality, the NPO sector receives an amount to the tune of 10,229,000 if you add up all of those amounts together. And then the second last slide, that's also the performance of the local office of BITO. Hesekwa, let me rather put it as Hesekwa because it includes the entire Hesekwa area of Riversdale, Albertinia, Stilbaai, Riversdale. So that's the performance to date. And I must also say that, as the Department of Social Development, we are the department that aims to tackle the social ills in our communities. And we believe that, we also have a great deal of contributing to a growing economy in the Garden Route District Municipality. My colleague who is accompanying me, sitting next to me at the back, she is also a social work manager, Ms. Koliswa Chobela. She will also then assist when it comes to question time. I've done my presentation. She will answer the questions. Thank you so much, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Mr. Skosana, for your contribution, and we look forward to responses from Ms. Jobela. I will now invite the Department of Agriculture, represented by Mr. Kritzinger.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Program Director, Executive Mayor Boyson, Mayor McPherson, other politicians, political leaders, ward committee members, officials, our traditional leaders. I hope I've included everyone. I don't like to say all protocols deserve. I'd like to be different. I'd like to be personal. So if we can go to slide 4 immediately. I've just included a few extra things what you didn't ask of us. You want us to focus on our projects. But I just want to show to you that our department actually, in terms of the constitution, has got a lot more than just agriculture as part of our responsibilities. Instead, besides agriculture, animal and disease control. We've got also a responsibility towards disaster management, the environment, regional planning, soil conservation, trade, tourism, as well as urban and rural development. And then our exclusive mandate that we have is to include provincial planning, abattoirs, and veterinary services. That lies with our department. We can go to the next slide. Quickly to say to you, if you don't know our department has got 8 different programs. I am in program 1, 2, 4, 6, 7. Program 1 isn't there. I am in program 1, which is called administration, and I am in the business planning and strategy directorate. So we are responsible for strategic planning, keeping our annual performance plans in place, and part of administration is supply chain management, finances, and operational support services. That is program 1. Program 2 is sustainable resource management. I will tell you now a little bit about their projects. Program 3 is agricultural support and development. Program 4 is our veterinary services. Program 5 is research and technology development services. We've got 7 research farms, of which you know very well, the Ostrich Research Farm outside of Oudtshoorn and Outeniqua in George. Program 6 is our agricultural economics. That's where our agricultural economic people sit, and they support farmers with market stuff and so on. Then program 7 is agricultural education and training. You all know the Elsenburg Training College, which is situated on the farm in Elsenburg. And then also we've got regional satellite offices supporting the communities and our farming communities with training. And then our last program is rural development. I will go to them, also say something about their program. Okay, so the status of our existing planned projects, we can go to the first slide. Sustainable resource use and management. A big part of that program deals with alien clearing. Alien clearing is very important for our department because the aliens suck up and steal a lot of water of what we as citizens and we as agriculture desperately needs. So in Esekwa, there's quite a big project, alien clearing project on the Kurintafet river system. You can see it's over 3 million per year, and we're going to continue with that for the next, for this year and for the next 2 outer years. In George, the Doring River system, it's in the area of the Harold Meander area where we've got also an alien clearing project. For Oudtshoorn, it's the Stompdrift Dam Water Users Association. We do a transfer payment over to that association, and they do alien clearing on the, I would imagine, the Stompdrift and the Kamanasi river systems. In Kanaland, it's for the Gamka and Groot river systems, alien clearing. And then also we've got the alien control project. I call it alien control. I don't know what the correct name is, but there in the Keerbooms river area for Bitto, we supplying and supporting the municipality on supplying herbicides to the amount of 300,000 per year. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Okay, then our third program, which is agricultural producer support and development. We believe strongly that food security is very important, and we have over the whole district implemented and completed this financial year 571 household projects in the 7 municipalities. If you want details on each, I can provide it later on to you for what was the number for each of the municipalities. Community and school garden projects, where we look at bigger food gardens. We have implemented 9 projects. And then smallholder projects where we support specifically smallholders. There is a few projects where the projects are currently in implementation phase. Then there's a 50 commercial farmers program, which is aimed at commercial farmers. And I think there is 2 projects where we are involved with. I think both of them are in the George municipal area. And then in Mossel Bay with the aquaculture project that our department is facilitating interventions and liaise with the Department of Fisheries and Forestry, and the tender for EIA process has commenced at this stage. Okay. In terms of market access program, oops, I see I didn't put my heading there within that's just dots there. Apologies for that. The market access program is where our economists assist the farming communities on what will happen with the market on different commodities and products and so on. And they also assist farmers with feasibilities of different projects. So there you can see what is the amounts. It's small amounts because it is our own economists that is helping and assisting, and the most of the money comes from our operational budget. So for Oudtshoorn, Hesequa, George, Kanaland, there is programs busy. Also on financial record keeping. This is basically mostly aimed at our upcoming and smallholder farmers to assist them on how to work with their finances and how to become financially sustainable, and helping them with their financial records in George and in Kanaland. And then agri-processing support program also for the whole garden route. Okay, next slide, please. Our college, besides the formal training where you can get a diploma or a degree at the Elsenburg College itself, the number is more or less 100 students that goes through there every year that gets a degree or a diploma. We have formal and non-formal short skills courses. So for your whole region, up to date, we have done 285 people that benefited, people that was trained for this financial year. And our target for the 4th term, which we are basically in it now from December, we will train another 100. So that will bring the total to 385, if I'm correct. And then for the next year, we aim to train 300 people. That is throughout the district. Okay, then rural development is the last slide that I want to talk about, what they're doing. They are specifically focused on our farming communities and our agri workers. So we provide substance abuse awareness and prevention training to people. We've rolled it out in I think in Hesequa, in the Slangrivier area this year, and the location for outer years will still be determined later on. But there is the budget also for the next 2 years. Then we also do workshops with agri workers focusing on labor rights and responsibilities, and that were held in Uniondale and Knysna for this year. Also awareness and information sessions with a focus on rural safety, unemployment, job opportunities for youth, for health, gender-based violence, and so on, was held in Calitzdorp, Riversdale, and Huko. Right, I think there's one more slide. Then I think some of you will be aware of the Western Cape prestigious Agri Worker Prestigious Awards. That is where we have a competition every year, and we get nominations from all the areas of agri workers that is doing splendid work on farms, and then there's a whole process to participate in this competition. Eventually you get a district or a regional winner, and the winners then compete against each other for a provincial winner. And there's big prizes. I know that the provincial winner, for instance, I think every year get an overseas trip, and that is just all to support and to develop our agri workers as well. Have I got 1 minute? Okay, I'm finished. And I forgot to say that I am the provincial coordinator at the Department of Agriculture for integrated development planning. So this is my business. And I want to congratulate Garden District Municipality. And I'm looking at Maya and Mary and yeah, as well. Program director, you're all part of a team. I can't remember that in the past 5 years, I've been on an IDP rep forum where the ward committee members are actually sitting in one meeting. So I think you need to give yourself a big applause. Thank you very much. That is besides Garden Route. I have been on previous ones of yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Mr. Kritzinger. Now I will invite the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. That's the national office. We just had the provincial. Mr. Bolton, I believe it's Tommy Bolton. You've got 10 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Just to confirm that you can hear me on that side.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I will. I see that you have my presentation, or do you want me to share it from my?
All right, you can share it on your side.
Okay, let me just check if I can't do it. I'm normally used to Teams, so let me just give me a minute. Seems like the function is disabled on your side, so maybe you should just share from your side, please.
Okay, we'll just share it on our side, then you'll just indicate if they can move to the next one, etc.
I will do that. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, colleagues from the Garden Route and the municipalities and all the relevant officials there. If the presenter can I just move to slide 4 for me, please. Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Tommy Bolton. I'm a Chief Town and Regional Planner for the department. I'm standing in today for my District Director, Lorette Brown, that unfortunately can't make it today. But I will just provide a brief background on our sector plan that is also in terms of our planning legislation, SPLUMA, that each sector department must have a sector plan. So this is just the components of our sector plan. It's the Agri-Parks program, and we've got district rural development plans that we developed about 5 to 6 years ago. And out of that, we have started with our farmer production support unit. That's in essence our spatial target areas where we focused on. So all of this was done before we've merged with National Department of Agriculture. So since then, we are trying to update all these plans that we are doing with the newly agricultural component, and we're working very closely with also with Yapi and them from Elsenburg. So we try to strengthen all of that. So this is just, like I said, the components of what we try to do to bring everything together. So if you can maybe just go to the next slide for me. This is just, I'm not going to go into the detail, just a macro level where we are. So where I'm sitting there on program 6. You will see it's ring things for possibly moving out of the department, but I'm still doing a planning component. And then we've got all the different programs that form part of our sector plan that is down at the bottom. Then if you can go to the next slide, please. So this is just, although we're a national department, we've got a provincial footprint. And this is the provincial footprint within the Western Cape with all the different directorates. And all of these are duplicated in the district. So we've got 3 district directors. Like I said, Lorette Brown is responsible for Central Karoo and Garden Route. And then we've got 2 others for Metro.
You didn't receive any communication from you.
It seems like somebody is interfering. Okay, and then district director for Cape Winelands and Overberg. I think it's Mr. Kutsia. Then I'm going to quickly ask you, let me just get on my side. If you can go to slide 11. So the slides that I'm skipping now, it's just providing, you can go through that when it's circulated, just what does all the different branches do and their responsibilities. So yeah, this is an animated slide on my side, but this is where we are for the municipalities trying to align our sector plan with the IDP cycle. And we are aiming each and every year to provide input by end of April, beginning of May to the municipalities. We know that your new budget starts on 1 July. Currently, this is a bit of a challenge, but we are getting there. And we have a strat plan next week where we will do our projects and programs for the next year. And hopefully we will be able to provide it to you by April. This slide is just an overview on where do we fit in, and with all the spheres of government, although we're national with the newly National Spatial Development Framework, we need to align with provincial, the Provincial Spatial Development Framework. The slide is moving on your side. If you can just maybe go back to slide number 12.
Sorry, Mr. Bolton. Sorry, sir.
Yes. It seems like I've lost
Bolton?
You. Yes,
Sorry, sir.
I'm listening to you. So it seems like my connection with you is lost.
I think the problem is their connection, Mr. Bolton, because I can hear you.
Yeah, I assumed maybe it's load shedding, another thing or something. So let's just wait for them. Unfortunately, I can't move the slides. Thank you.
We on Agri-Park program master plans now.
Okay, am I back now at the meeting? I can still see that on my side, the screen is flickering. So it still seems to be the connection. I'll just wait for them to confirm that we are back.
Can you hear us now? Because we
Yes.
can hear you.
Okay, so am I back in the meeting? It seems like connection is coming and going.
We can hear you. You
Okay,
can proceed.
okay. So
Yes.
I'm going to skip these slides. This is just an overview. If you can go slowly through them, they will build up. So just maybe goes, yeah, it's a bit fast. But that's in essence providing an overview. It seems like my slides is moving too fast. If you can go back to slide number 14, number 15. Okay, so slide number 15 this is where we started with our Agri-Parks program, where you can see Oudtshoorn was identified as the Agri Hub, and then we've got the yellow dots is all the farmer production support units. We have developed future also FPSUs that's not reflected on this map, but it's in essence from Seelbrook, Riversdale, Mossels Bay, it's all around the coast along the N2. there's a lot of additional FPSUs that's also been included. So if you can go to slide 16. The gray areas is in essence our FPSU catchment areas. Like I've said, that is our spatial target area. So everything, all the projects that we do, all the alignment that we're trying to do, we try to fit it into these catchment areas. There was a methodology formed by creating these. We looked at poverty pockets, we look at the CRDP nodes, we look at row distances, and there was a lot of criteria that we developed once we did it to inform our spatial target areas. So if you can move to the next one. This in essence is just when we started now with the agricultural component, we've borrowed this from Elsenburg. This is the homogeneous farming areas. And if you can go to the next one. So this is just identifying all the main commodities within your district. So then on this slide, you can see that we have broken up the garden route into 1, 2, 3 smaller little pockets, where we just, when we do planning, it's more manageable to look at the commodities in, let's say, pocket 1, that's the essential kind of land in your Oudtshoorn, parts of George municipality, including Haarlem. And then pocket number 2 is your George, Knysna, Beto, and parts of Mossel Bay. And then the third one is more your Esakwas and your Mossel Bay, the other part of Mossel Bay area. So that is just, if you go to, you must stop me, I can go into a lot of detail, but if you go to slide number, just going to quickly jump, let's say slide 24. Seems like I've lost you again.
No, we can hear you.
Okay. So slide 24, this you can see, this is just where we go into the detail of each and every pocket. So this forms part of our sector plan. So I'm going to skip these slides for timing's sake. If you could just go to slide number 30 for me, please, because I think this is why we are here today, that I can show you that. So it's a pity I can't move it from my side. Now you have to do it for me. Thank you for your assistance.
Slide 30.
30, yes. Okay, slide 30 is providing an overview map. This was for last year's project that we did for 21-22. We unfortunately are still busy with the map for this year. So as soon as it's available, I will share it to Lorette to share it with you guys. But this is just our investment for the 21-22 financial year, and we try to duplicate this each and every year. And this is the type of map that we provide to you to go into your IDP processes. And we can also provide it with that little focused areas, and also we can do it per municipality to show you what and where are investments per municipality. Okay, the next slide. So this is, I've just tweaked your template a bit just to correspond with to my policies that I have to.
Okay, we are losing you there. You're left with 2 minutes.
Okay, so this is just the implementation for 22-23 and the planned projects for 23-24. So there you can see it's COVID, land development support, then it is Thembaleto FPSU in George, and also Haarlem FPSU in George municipality. Then it is also economic development in Oorlinoutskoom-Kraal, that is in Hessequa for grain farmers and commonage production support. And for Mafu CPA, that is in Mossel Bay. Next slide. That's my last slide. And then also strategic land acquisition in Haarlem as well as Rietkraal in Hessequa, and land development support, Oorlinoutskoom in Oudtshoorn, and also Nocturne in George. So like I've said, this is the planned projects. Some of them are multi-year projects, but for the next financial year, we are still in planning phase. You can stop there on the previous slide, but I'll liaise with Lorette to send you the updated information once we're done. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, okay, all right. Tommy, we are losing you, but we got the gist. But I would request that for the questions and answers, so that we'll be able to hear you if there's any questions. And we got the presentation, then we'll share. And then if you can also share the details of the person that would be able to respond. If ever any of our members that are present here would have a question to ask. We thank you so much. Please, we only left with two departments. That is the Department of Water and Sanitation and the South African Police Service. Then we'll be done with the presentation. It will only be the questions and answers. So now I will invite Mr. Makakan from the Department of Water and Sanitation. Thank you, Francis.
Good afternoon. All protocols observed. My name is Sabelo Makakana. As the program director has said, I'm from the Department of Water and Sanitation under the Directorate Water and Sanitation Services Support. We are responsible for mostly planning with the municipality, water conservation, water demand management, as well as advocacy programs. So as just stated there above, we are supporting municipalities in projects towards socioeconomic upliftment within all the water service authorities, not just Garden Route, but because we are in Garden Route, I specify for Garden Route. We have advocacy programs for awareness campaigns, capacity building, as well as infrastructure built in terms of supporting infrastructure grants. Just a brief of what we've done in the past year. In the Garden Route, we've had water conservation campaigns with schools. We have a schools program, which we call Water and Sanitation Education Program, which looks at teaching learners from primary school to high school about water use efficiency, as well as sanitation and looking after infrastructure facilities for sanitation. We had a highlight within that space in the schools. We run competitions where these learners come up with solutions or identify problems within their school space or in their communities and come up with solutions. One school in George Heatherlands Secondary School participated in one of our competitions and won at provincial, won at national, and had a chance to go and represent the country in Sweden in August. They came up with, they came up with an invention which was to reduce water leaks in their schools. I know the mayor from George has been requesting to go have them and present to him or her. But unfortunately, this is exam times now. We can't let them be disturbed. We also conduct a lot of water conservations, water awareness campaigns. We had a few ones in Pito for anti-vandalism of infrastructure. We also had one in commemoration of Global Hand Washing Day in Mossel Bay, where we worked with the Garden District environmental health practitioners in teaching the communities about the importance of health and hygiene, as well as water use efficiency. We realized that we can't do this alone, so we partner with all the media houses, your George Herald, your Eden FM. Whenever we have any activities around here, we do speak to them so that they can pass the message to the broader communities. In terms of trying to reach out to all the communities, we have 4 water and sanitation forums in Garden Route. We have one in George, Pito, Oudtshoorn, as well as Canaland, where some community-based organizations form part of the Water and Sanitation Forum and try and trash out all the problems or challenges that they might have, and we try and come up with solutions regarding those things. So we try and train them so that they know exactly what is their role in water and sanitation services management. We also conducted an induction training for the councillors where we invited the MMCs for water portfolio. That was done with Salga. As mentioned, in terms of the projects that we do in infrastructure, we have a grant funding, which we call Water Services Infrastructure Grant Project. As I think I reported this in May of the projects that were currently being conducted at the time. So all those projects have been completed. The one in George, where we rehabilitated the network in Pagdin, and in Naisna, we have rehabilitated the network in Honley Township. And we also funded the Clean Carro scheme through Canaland, which it was envisaged that it will also assist. It's a combination of the two municipalities, Canaland and Oudtshoorn. And those projects have been completed. Next one. Yeah, the other one was the upgrading of Caland in Bito. That one is also is still under construction. And those projects are mainly to augment the water supply for water security in those municipalities and in those towns. What we've planning to projects that are planned for this year, for the next financial year, refurbishment of Ladysmith wastewater treatment works in Canaland, as well as some boreholes being drilled in Canaland. We also have sewer mains being refurbished in Thembaletu, in George. In terms of bulk infrastructure, this is our biggest footprint that we have in around Garden Route. There is a bulk, a budget facility, infrastructure facility for infrastructure that has been approved by National Treasury in 2021, which is about 1.1 billion, which will be stretching over the 4 years. It's different components. It's got 12 components in this project. Currently, about 5 components are at construction stage, various stages of construction, and 7 of those are still under design. The project, I think Mayor mentioned about economic value. The project is envisaged that it will employ about 450 people as it continues into construction. But currently they have employed about 71 people. And the project will be completed, the whole project will be completed in 2024-25. I've just listed the leadership of our office. If there's any questions, we've got different directorates which you can contact for any questions, and they will be able to direct you to the right official who can assist. That's it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Makakana. And the last presentation is from South African Police Service, Brigadier Crawford.
Thank you very much, Program Director. It looks like if the smallest budget were left for the last. Thank you very much, good people. Thank you for the opportunity. Yeah, you know that our policing approach is based on the 5 pillars, which is crime intelligence, crime prevention, combating, detective services, and then our 5th pillar is that of community participation. So yeah, that is how we prevent and combat crime to threaten the safety of all inhabitants in the Garden Route district. We are having 21 police stations where there's appointed station commanders in all these stations. I know that the previous speaker said that there were various of complaints against SAPS at the last forum meeting in terms of resources, specifically infrastructure of police stations. And I don't think that that is, and currently even today, it's the right forum, but most of these things were addressed in terms of resources. We know that community policing is very important. Therefore, pillar 5, that we need to look at various projects in terms of community policing. And for the garden route, the past financial year since April 22, we looked at the Community in Blue training project. Then we also had the Safer School project where the patrollers and the youth desk were involved. We also had the elderly care where senior citizens, the safety project was actually presented, and then also Youth Against Crime. And then recently we've started with the divine intervention, the spiritual leadership intervention in terms of policing. Then also, as from November this year until March, we're planning to do the Community in Blue training project, which is scheduled, and then also Safer School projects in February next year. Then also the senior citizens, and then also Youth Against Crime that is planned for up to May next year. In terms of our aim and scope of these projects, the Community in Blue training project will involve the training of the community patrollers to increase the crime prevention within the relevant communities. And then also the safety school projects, back to school, and the re-establishment of partnership between SAPS, education, our NGOs, and also the youth and the community, where we want to enhance the safety of our learners and also the educators, as well as the safety infrastructure. We know that it is very difficult for SAPS to sustain the youth desk concept because of these youth constantly getting new jobs, and for us to sustain that is very difficult every year. And we are looking also forward to that. Senior citizens, the safety project, are part of the vulnerable community. We know that we've got various national instructions that we as SAPS have to comply with. And this partnership needs to be re-established, and programs that are planned and raise awareness, and also to provide the necessary protection for our elderly community. And then also service delivery and the safety of these older people, because most of these elderlies are involved in gender-based violence. We know that. And even in various communities, they are the people that we need to protect in terms of assisting getting protection orders. The partnership will also lead to supportive environment to protect the rights of older persons. Through this program, the view and the needs will be raised by the elderly community. And then also, of course, our Youth Desk Against Crime. We also had a wonderful project that was even presented in this hall, where we got the inputs of the youth to see how we're going to deal with crime. And the aim is also to re-establish the platform as we discussed. And then also our role players, which is SAPS, our district management and personnel, the station management and the relevant personnel, which include our 21 station commanders, our CPFs and neighborhood watchers, of course, docs and our municipalities, our local NGOs and FPOs, also our NPA, because there was 2 weeks back, we had the discussions about the Liquor Act, where we need to actually look at our bylaws, enforcing them, which is a great challenge for us. And then also to establish that forums and other partnerships projects. We're looking forward presenting these 4 or 5 projects with the estimate cost of 40,000, which is nothing. I'm sure we will be able to do that in terms of the venue, the stationery, the catering, and also the sound. And then with the assistance of community safety, we also presenting on Monday and Tuesday the men's and the women's dialogue that is into Song Center. On Monday, it's the women's dialogue for gender-based violence. And then for Tuesday, it's the men's dialogue, where we also want to mobilize our community, which is presented by community safety. In a nutshell, let me also talk about the safety of the 21 police stations. In a nutshell, we know that we launched the SAPS safety strategy last week for the safer festive period. And then also we're entering 16 days of activism, which is kicking off tomorrow with various of operations in all 21 police stations. And I think for us, what was presented in terms of active neighborhood watches, it's not the true picture. A lot of members from the community members would love to participate in these programs, but they are scared to take fingerprints. Brigadier, what will happen? Or Colonel, what will happen? I've got various cases pending against me. People are scared to become part of the program, and we need to work around this to encourage people to be part of us. Last week, Saturday night, I was encouraged by Albertinia. Albertinia, the whole town called up each and every citizen to come and patrol with the station commander to make their Albertinia safe. And that is what we want. We don't always need people in blue. Neighborhood watch, it must be specific ID. We need people that can stand with us to be our hands and our ears out there, because we know that information, gathering of information is a challenge if we get these perpetrators in terms of information of serious and violent crimes. People in terms of Garden Route, I must say that Garden Route are doing very well in terms of crime stats, although we are comparing with a very quiet period last year. This time we had COVID, we had level 1 and 2, so it's not a fair picture that we're getting. So in terms of gender-based violence, attempted murders, GBH, common assaults, sexual assault, it's still of concern. So our projects have to link up with these contact crimes. In the top 30 police stations, if we get to GBHs, sexual violence and common assault, we are talking to the most highest police station in terms of numbers reporting, which is gender-based violence. It's Oudtshoorn, Cornwall, and then also national. So our projects have to link up with that in terms of mobilizing our community and in making an impact in terms of that. If there is other questions in terms of police structures, we know that Public Works Department is responsible for the major works and the small works that must be prioritized. I know that was an issue in Mossel Bay, but the only way we can bring policing back to the sectors is through mobilization of our community in blue to have more people on the street. But thank you very much for the opportunity, sir. And I will, the presentation, ma'am, was sent from Colonel Kennedy. I will just follow up to see if it's the correct address. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
All right. Thank you very much, Brigadier Crawford. We will get the presentation and then it will be shared with everyone that is present here today. Now going to invite the people that are in attendance here today and those that are joining virtually to ask questions or comment on any of the presentations that were made. I want to give guidance before I allow that process. If your question or comment has been asked, I request that you do not answer. You do not ask that particular question. And let's not also allow commentary statements in the interest of time. Just shoot straight to your question or your comment. And then so that it can be captured by whoever you are directing your particular question to, and then they will be able to respond. For those that are joining online, I've seen that others have already made their comments and questions, then they will be responded to, but will be advised on whose hand is up. And then we will allow that person to ask that question at that time. So I'm going to start on this row first, because there's a lady there that I suppressed. So we'll start on this row, and then can I note hands there first? Okay, we've got 3 hands. We've got 4 hands. Can we deal with those 4 questions? Then we'll move to this row. And then we'll move to the other row up until we conclude the business of the day. So let's deal with the 4 hands in that row.
Molweni nonke endlini, ndinguNomfundo Ndunana from NISNA. Mna ndine questions ezi-2 eziya kuMiss Mabuya. I think interpret ikhona apha ne?
Yes.
All right. Umbuzo wam regarding la enterprise development. Ndifuna uqonda because babaliwe umasipala phaya kula nantsika ye mobile app. enterprise development malunga nale nantsika yase-Westro babaliwe bonke omasipala but khandive kumentionwa anything about nice nangala mobile app kula budget bekuthethwa ngayo phaya. So zombini eza zinto ndicela uqonda ke ukuthi kwenzeka ntoni na because iHesekwa Old Soran Riversdale Mossel Bay Bito babaliwe only nice na ingakhange imentionwe kuzo zombini eza zinto. Enkosi.
Okay, the question is directed to Ms. Mabuya, relating the enterprise development, particularly the mobile app. NISNA was not mentioned. Is there any particular reason as to why it wasn't mentioned? The next one, yes, ma'am.
Good day, everyone. My name is Luchelle Brishis, and I'm from the Knysna municipality. My question is to Ms. Kronia. I just want to know the database that you mentioned. I just want to know, when last was anyone actually employed from that database? And is it actually active? Because I was there a few weeks ago, and I was told by the employers there that the database is closed. I also went to the Knysna municipality labor section, and I was also told that the database is closed. I personally are on that database of the Department of Labor, and I haven't heard anything from them. So I just would like to know and find out what's happening there, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good day, everyone. My first question will be directed to the brigadier.
Yes.
In fact, I'm already covered with her because she has already put some boundaries. But there was also another question that we raised at Mossel Bay, and the brigadier at Mossel Bay answered that one. I just want to know because, in fact, let me ask a question. The question is, we did raise the issue whether the rule, in fact, the recruitment policy that you guys are having that says your trainees should be between the ages of 18 to 35 years. Can't you guys forward that issue? I know it's a national issue, and you guys sometimes are on those meetings. Can't you guys raise that, try by all means to relax that rule? Because some other people at age 40, they are still very fit, and there are lots of unemployed graduates out there. And then the brigadier said to us there, it has already been relaxed. And now the posts were out already, and the rule is still there. And I just want to make sure that whether is it the implementation that's not yet in place or not. And the other question that I have is for Mr. Makakana. We raise an issue we have a shortage of water at the Pesim Dala school, and it has been coming for years. And we did ask whether did they make an application. And the person who was here, I'm not sure whether she was from the same department. She said she was going to try and find out for us whether an application has been made yet, because they are still using the old pumping system. And most of the time, the kids don't have water there at Knysna, Pesim Dala School.
Thank you.
My question is to NYTA. I've listened to the presentation, and I saw there in the presentation that they trained 43, and there was in the other section there was 13. I just want to know, how did they get those people? Was that advertised? And as far as I know, I'm from Knysna, and other people from Knysna will say as well, we don't know about that. And there was 100K that was spent on 2 people. And if there's nothing they are hiding, can they forward the names of the people that they train? Because there's this thing of NYTA having friends in Knysna, doing things for their friends. We cannot allow that to happen, because they are doing it year in, year out. We have someone from Knysna municipality even here, and I'm sure she doesn't know about that. And also through you, program director, when we're having such meetings, can we can we have 1 or 2 top officials from the Niger municipality to be around us? It cannot be right that it's only us that are here. That's why Mr. Fata said to the mayor of the Garden Road that can there be someone who's recording this meeting so that we have minutes? Because when we go back and ask these questions, they don't have answers. They don't know what we are talking about. They are only sending us here to come and enjoy food. We are here to ask questions. We are here to listen so that we go back to our communities. We were elected by the communities so that we represent them. So please, that's my one question. And also, I want to come to Mr. Davids just to say thank you. In the last meeting that we had in Mosilpe, we were crying for chrysalis. Now I can see they are bringing it closer to George. Yes, we are thankful for that, and thanks to Mr. Mayor when he said that he wants to create Garden Route to be the mecca of skills in Western Cape. But in that, can you please put carpenter in there? Can you please put plumbing, electricians? We are young. Some of us, we do have matrix, but we didn't further more going to education. So if we can get those skills and be accredited so that when we get paid, at least now, because I for one, now I'm no longer working as a carpenter, but I did have a certificate of carpentry, but it was not accredited. So my money that I got paid there, it was way lesser. But if I could get a certificate that is accredited, at least it can change my life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, we're done with that. We are here now. Are there any hands here? So that I see there's one, there is two at the back. Mhlekazi ngizakubala kweli cala wena. Yeah, all right, yeah. All right. So yeah, in that order.
Oh, thank you, Director. My name is Paula Makinana from George, Ward 13. You also suppressed me in the last session. I want to start with the issue of skills maker that was mentioned by Mayor, Executive Mayor. I just want to know whether there is any linkage between the skills maker and then with the academic institution, higher academic institution and other skills institution across the region. Yeah, I think that question is clear. And then I would like to come to the Department of Labor and the NYTA. I think the MM quoted clear to Amica Cabral that he claimed no easy victory. Those service which they claim that they are rendering, like skills training, is a foreign to our ears because we are living in the communities. We were elected by the community to be their ears and eyes, but those we never heard about them. We never even seen them happening in the areas. I'm also supporting my colleague here. NYTA, they said they have trained 63 in George, of which I don't want to say that is a lie, but I think I also support that they must provide the proof or they must forward names. Yes, yes. In the issue of agriculture, Mr. Kritzinger, I think throughout your presentation, yeah, I understood your presentation, but I think when you speak of agriculture, you also speak of food security, or when we go to school, at a school level, you speak of nutrition. But throughout your presentation, I didn't hear anywhere that you mentioned your involvement at schools. in terms of supporting or encouraging schools to have their own gardens, so that they can, you see, because last week we had a problem with schools, the skin itching and stuff. Yeah, I think if we can just encourage school to have their own gardens, it can help very well. And then again, in social development, also their involvement at schools, I think, is highly needed. Is highly needed. Even if it's possible, I think you can have one office at school where the social worker is stationed there. You see, because those beyond and stuff, those people, like, and they are not as professional as a social worker. Yeah. And then in terms of the NPO and NGOs, I'm not sure whether you are following up on the funds, because I think, as I seen there in the screen, there are a lot of funds that have been popped out. But I think you must follow up on their work that they are doing in the communities as well. And then you see the paperwork and the physical work, whether there is a true reflection on that. And then SAPS, I don't know which SAPS and community safe, but there is a lot of conflict between CPF and the neighborhood watch. There is a lot of fights in terms of space there. I don't know which one is a matter body, or there is a matter body, or CPF is a autonomous structure or independent structure, and then that one is operating in this side. But there is a lot of confusion there. I think you must also, between community safety and the SEPs, intervene in that space, because we are in crisis in terms of crime, instead of people that are fighting for the space out there. In the issue of accreditation of the neighborhood watch, I think it's that there, because someone that has to be approved, who must be accredited, maybe I don't get along with the person that must approve the accreditation. So that person will say, no, we don't have people that, or might say, those people are running the way, they don't want to come in front to be screened. If it's a right, I don't know. Yeah, in terms of the youth desk, I think the youth desk, the problem in the youth desk is because of the conflict between the neighborhood watch and the CPF. Whenever you heard that the youth desk is elected, you must know that there are funds there that want to be used by, whether it's a CPF or neighborhood watch, but there are funds involved. In the name of the youth desk, they want to use money, then you elect a youth desk there. I think you must close that space. Thank you very much, Reverend Director.
Thank you. Thank you. There is a
Hi, I'm Dave Rennie from Beto, Ward 1. My question is through the Brigadier to the General. When are SAPs going to sort out supply chain management? We're tired as communities of the police vehicles standing without tires or with punctures and no supplies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rennie. All right, now we are here. Okay. It's like it's a contestation of the IDP managers. Okay, Where? Oh, can't go on players. Apologies. Apologies. I miss you.
Enkosi mhlali ngaphambili.
Yes.
Mna andinawo umbuzo. Kodwa ke ndifuna ubuza kuwe ndingafaka i-inputs.
Yes.
Enkosi.
Ubusichazele nje ukubani.
Ndinguthembekile kaNgoduso. Ndisuka eMossel Bay. Ndi-ward committee. Ward 15. Phantsi ko-councillor uMkhonto. Mhlali ngaphambili phaya ekuhlaleni sinengxaki. Kukho iproject pha. Ikhampani yakhona kuthiwa nguZothari ethathe over qala yayingu-Oricon. Pha amatyotyombe iMossel Bay yonke acukene axinaniselene. Ufumaniseka ke ngoku xa kusitshe linye kutsha amanintsi. Sithe sakuyijonga le meko from 2009 ukuzothi kangoku akho solution. Sa appointa umhlaba u-2001 okokuba ngaba i-upgrading of informal settlement mayiye kulaa mhlaba. Akavumanga kumasipala. Qala wathetha into yokuba ngaba pha uzawukwenza i-graveyard. Okwesibini wathi siza kuphazamisa izityalo. Sabuza ke thina kubaluleke izityalo kunabantu ngoba silahlekelwa imiphefumlo yoodadewethu nomama bethu. If umzekelo singa-invite omnye olapha kwi-executive akayokroba kwiindawo esihlala kuzo zimbi kakhulu. Nalapho akavumanga. Umzekelo ngoku ndiva umeya xa ethetha uthi, if I'm not mistaken, uthi into ixhomekeke ebantwini into yokuba ngaba bafuna ntoni. Siphakamisile into yokuba ngaba thina sifuna ntoni. Wakhetha usokhela i-prefabs. So I think uthathe Ward 1 wamenza i-first priority for 9 years. Umbuzo ke what about abanye abantu abasahlala ezingqongqongweni zamatyotyombe kuyatsha. So laa nto khange ivunywe ngabantu but uphele eyokha yena umasipala ngokuvumelana nalo avumelene naye. So andikwazi ubiza igama lomntu. So ke ngosisebhizi naloo nto kodwa akasihoyanga umasipala into yokuba ngaba makayise iproject because wonke umuntu ufuna iproject iye ku-2001. Ndigqithe apha enye ingxaki esinayo nje kancinci. Intswelangqesho. Pha eMossel Bay eWard 15 xa siphakamisa thina sithi ingaske ingqesho ingene ward per ward. Umzekelo kukho open spaces pha eziklinwayo. Umzekelo ziproject zangaphandle kodwa zikwalapha eWestern Cape. Saphakamisa ingase thina kusebenze abantu basewadini into yokuba ngaba kubekho ucoceko ngoba abafumane abantu umsebenzi. Sabona into yokuba lithuba lokuba ngaba abantu basebenze. Enkosi.
All right. Thank you. I am Tembegile Ngoduso from Mossel Bay Ward 15. We've got a project in our ward which has been taken over by Zothari from Oricon. It's relating to human settlements where there are a lot of shacks And as a result, these shacks are close to one another. If one gets burnt, then it affects the other shacks. And this project has been coming along since 2009. And we've identified a land for the municipality to intervene in terms of building proper houses for them, in terms of upgrading the human settlements, but we're informed by the municipality who rejected that, that the land is reserved for graveyard, and we're further learned that there are indigenous plants that needs to be preserved, and they are concerned as a community members are these indigenous species more important than the well-being of the communities. And ever since then, they are prefabs. I'm assuming that is the temporary structures that have been erected in Ward 1. But there are challenges in relation to Ward 15 in terms of getting responses from the municipality in that and various interventions seeking assistance from the municipality proved to be futile. And there are also challenges relating to unemployment in the ward, and then there are open spaces that require to be cleaned. Then the municipality needs to intervene in terms of having some creating employment opportunities for young people in that area to address the unemployed. So that is in a nutshell what Mr. Ngoduso was saying. But we've captured that, and then I'm sure the mayor is going to respond, and there are officials from the Department of Human Settlements and the Garden Route who interact with Mossel Bay municipality, and they will convey this particular message to the relevant officials. Okay, we are here now, this side. All right, the three gentlemen, is there any other hand? Next. Okay, there, and there's a gentleman at the back. Is there no, you covered there? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Tembingosi from Pito Municipality. I'll be very short. My question is directed to SAPS. With regard to their sectors, all police stations are assigned to a sector. And our concern is that I think there's a misalignment. Transzook is about 14 kilometers away from KwaNokutula, but they are under KwaNokutula, and they are 6 kilometers away from town. And they are in close proximity to town, but further to KwaNokutula. So is there a way, or what processes does it take for SAPS to review their sectors? That is the only question for the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Masala.
Good afternoon, the honorable mayors, speakers, councillors, traditional leaders, members from the ward committees, sector departments, ladies and gentlemen, a good afternoon. My first question goes to the fact that my expectation was that some of the issues that were given to us during the participation meeting in September and October are escalated to a level where sector departments, we expect them to come here and give feedback on those issues. I didn't hear anything. The issues that I'm talking about is issues that have been coming 2 to 3 years. I'm not talking about last year, this year, September and October priorities, because of how I understand the cycle of the IDP. I'm Luvuyo Mosola. I am IDP manager in the Otsoro municipality. That's my first opening, that I wish that the sector departments, when they come to this platform, they give us feedback on all the issues that emanated from the public. We as the IDP managers, we are getting a lot of hiding when we go to these participation meetings. And we find as well that these sector departments are not even attending these public meetings to inform people, because I think the mayor and the MM have indicated that there is this lady that is sitting there who will ask something that is not our competence. But if the departments do come and sit in our meetings, the issue can be resolved in the meeting. It takes long for us to come to this fora, and it takes long for us to go back to the community and inform them about the feedback. So I wish that we take stock of that, so in future we facilitate that as we propose. There are issues, I'm sorry, Brigadier, there are a lot of issues in Oudtshoorn pertaining crime and access to police station. There's a new area that has been built that is called Rose Valley, Rosebank. Those people don't even have a mobile police station. Just imagine someone injured me, I have to walk a kilometer or so to go to a nearby police station in Pongoletu. The only thing those people are asking for now, they are not asking for a fully fledged functional police station. They only ask for a mobile police, something that they can quickly access when a crime happens. So you have given us statistics, and maybe those are some of the factors that contributes that people, maybe they become despondent or discouraged to go to police because it's too far. And also in Pongoletu police station, you had the problem of you fencing the police station nicely, and then remotely they close it, and people have to shout to ask for the police to come out. The door where the police are sitting is closed. So, and the police have a tendency of the vehicle being hidden at the back. They will say there's no vehicle, but the vehicle is at the back. So those issues must be addressed, and it's not me speaking. I'm speaking on behalf of the community that we are engaging on certain times. The other area that have had an outcry is Volmoed. People from Volmoed have asked. We know that we don't build police stations. We do understand as well from our point of view that there are certain things that as police you can't do. You can't build a police station. That's public work responsibility. But in your engagement, please sensitize the population in Rosebank is very high. We are going to build now phase 4 in terms of the houses and so. So the area is congested in terms of people that are staying there. And the other one, there was a promise, but I know promises, they happen, but there are changes in terms of priorities, that Pongoletu will be built to become a fully fledged or functional police station. Maybe if we can respond on that. I got a sad story about a young man in Thembaletu in Ward 7 who approached me, and I asked him that, is there someone that you can approach in George, because I'm staying in Oudtshoorn. He got a nice restaurant there. It's called Chill Out. He cooks excellent food. He's a professional cooker. Mr. Kutsie, if you are listening, me and Mercy have taken this matter upon ourselves. But until today, promises have made to this young man, and today the young man is still struggling. I so wish that we can go there just to taste the food. And it's so creative how he have decorated his restaurant. He's passionate, and maybe Honorable Mayor, I need to invite you so that we go there. We have a chill out in his house. It's a very nice setup. I so wish that CEDA can because they promise that I had to leave my work, take a leave and go and accompany him so that these things can be, he can be accommodated and be supported. The other issue now is on rural development and land reform. We are having a very different, the mayor, I have a discussion as well with our own mayor that I don't know how we're going to deal with the issue of rural areas. And fortunately, we got a gentleman here from the Water Affairs and Sanitation who attested that. He has been traveling with us with all the meetings we had, with all issues pertaining water and sanitation. People in rural areas are really struggling. So there was in what to call Flagte Plus, they were asking about agri-park, agri-villages. What happened with the concept? I want the reform, land reform, and just to give us feedback in that regard. What happened with agri-park and agri-villages? Sometimes we throw things on the ground to people, and then tomorrow we disappear. If the program is still on, we need to know and how the people in the rural areas, because the people of rural areas are refusing to come and to be integrated in townships. They want to stay there with their opas who died and so on and so on. Lastly, Chair, we are struggling to know the boundaries and the lines between provincial roads and the district roads. Because we go to these public meetings in rural areas and you'll find that people are asking us that, but we saw the yellow trucks. We don't know which yellow truck is it. Is it PA or is it garden route? We don't know. So we'll appreciate that in some point we have at least clarity in terms of that, even if maybe at a later stage, not now, that information can be given to us. The issue of the land as well, that the district, which of your lands are within our boundaries. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes. Yes. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since my colleague stood, so I will also stand. I've got two critical issues that I need to address. Sorry, three. One relates to SAPS, and not necessarily going to moan about it now specifically, but can we get as a municipality just the planning in terms of what is going to happen in the next coming up years in terms of boosting local resources in different towns? What's going to happen when? Because we have provided buildings for SAPS for satellite facilities, but then only for that the resources who were manning that building being pulled back again. So it was expanded, but then pulled back again. We've got the Slangrivier. Your people need to walk 1 kilometer, my friend. Slangrivier is a different town, completely separated from a place like Heidelberg there, and it's really difficult when there's not proper visibility.
I see Councillor Hochbart is nodding.
So he's got a vested interest in that, not in the SAP service, but in the town. So that's in general for Hesekwa. Hesekwa is a region of 9 different towns, and we really do need to have an understanding. And during August and October, we've had a double run of visits to our communities, either with the SDF process or with the general IDP process. In both the emergency services, and this includes SAPS and also ambulance services of Department of Health, is a critical issue. Then also the availability of doctors in smaller towns. A town like Gouritsmond, where there's 200 people living in a poor community, there's only a little mobile clinic that comes once a month. There's no daycare facilities. There's no clinic. They need to rent a vehicle to take them to Albertinia to get some support, to go and wait. Then they wait at the clinic in line with all of the other people from Albertinia. So the same question, the resources and planning and allocation for Hesekwa, not only from SAPS, but in terms of ambulance services, in terms of health and clinic services, resources are going to be deployed. Please, when a person from the Riversdale Hospital needs to be moved to George, an ambulance from Heidelberg gets extracted
And then Heidelberg, which is 30 kilometers away from Riversdale, needs to be serviced by ambulance from Riversdale. And then if the ambulance needs to go to Witstrand, it's as good as it drives from Riversdale to Mossel Bay. 80 kilometers almost. That the ambulance need to travel to get to a person that had a heart attack in Witstrand. So how do we deal with that? And then lastly, this gentleman from Department of Water Affairs, Overberg water. I haven't heard anything about Overberg water, which is a critical issue for us. They're not delivering the Water Service Authority, that we buy water from them for Heidelberg and Witstrand and Slangrivier, and they're unable to deliver on the demand that they need to deliver to us in towns. We are at this point where we need to decide. I've just got the message where we need to decide to implement level 4 water restrictions due to the fact that Overberg water can't deliver. And it's all down to mismanagement, and I'm saying it right here, of their purification works. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon.
Program Director, my name is Todinyani, and I'm from Kanaland Municipality. Program Instructor, I missed an opportunity to raise my concern around traditional authorities in our area. We see traditional authorities, but no one ever introduced them to us as community. Now they in Kanaland, people are confused because they keep asking questions. No, why are these people there and why is this and that happening? So is there no office or anyone who can come and introduce traditional authorities in our area and explain to the people how does these two structures, the municipality and the traditional authorities, relate? Because if you don't communicate, we will keep confused. That is point number one, Chair. The other question relates to NYDA. We see there in the presentations when other municipalities, youngsters were trained in entrepreneurship, but we didn't see Kanaland there on the board. Now the question is why? Now the last one, program instructor, is a question directed to the district mayor. There in Kanaland, we have a problem of animals getting into Route 62. And when you look at the fencing around Route 62, then you see that there is no fencing. Now, we want to know whose responsibility is it to make sure that fences around Route 62 is well fenced to keep animals away from the road. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Right at the back, William.
Wasimhlali ngaphambili yabulela. Zawuthetha ngoku. To our honorable mayor of district, ndifuna ucela ukuthi a-edishe i-skills se-mechanic kula list yakhe. Because unyana yakhe nekodwa kanamaphepha. So akaqesheki ke yayibona seqhela ukhenika. Yeah. Okwesibini I won't be long, guys. Very short. Pagwi National Youth Development Agency. If focus is always with youth, which is good.
But i-statistic eSouth Africa siyasibonisa ukuthi i-unemployment is uncontrollable. Therefore, now government must be creative. I-funding can amend i-act kufundwe abantu abadala abanjengathi aba in whatever we want. For instance, I'm a ward committee, I need a laptop to do my job properly. We councillor, I say, money. I don't know how can a council doesn't have money, but it has a budget. See, so because they born. But what I'm saying is, if funding must not be limited with youth. Not but must be funded in our programs. Preferably, a voucher, not even cash, a voucher. If I want a laptop, if I want my car to be fixed, let it be. Because I'm up and down in the motor, must be badal. So if funding must not be limited only with youth. And right now, even if you can look at education, there's a lot of money spent by NSFAS. Where are those students? They're unemployed. But depend on abantu badala bangaqeshwayo. And imkile kapho. And enye ke lastly people. La Department of Agriculture kunye iphinda-phindiwe apha ne agriculture and land reforms and rural development. This is my last one now. In Pito, sinengxaki pha yo small farmers. Iihagu zabo, they are all over the show. Inkomo zabo, same applies. Ibhokhwe negusha abanamhlaba, which is I understand. And abantu bayazizamela. Now we're going to problem in terms of our IDP, Mr. Enga was announced our last meeting. Ukuthi lamhlaba kuza isikolo esifunwayo and the police station zawakhiwa. Now ungaqonda now ukuthi kuba kuba conflict phaya bona. Well, propose ukuthi as department njengoba bekuchazwe apha, there's a program abanazo bona uassister uku-addressa lento yabafama plus nezinye program the small farmers asebhito as kwa-CDC. Because I tried to talk to the minister where Nansika where province for the Nansika small agriculture. But the response can't be right by but now I'm appealing now okay, as departments to what are they doing about that? And mind you, we in all the Nansika we presentation besan bakhona zezapills abantu bakhala apha ngomhlaba pha. And the nice thing now lamthetho upasiwe lo uxuthwa komhlaba. So to avoid that funeka urhulumente aphakame through IDP. I-IDP lena mayingabi into nje egadaza dust, must be studied so that it will respond because it's a strategic document kamasipala, even a budget kuqalwa ku-IDP. So therefore xa wenza i-services bawuqalwe phaa kujonga uba yeyiphi into engakhange yenziwe. At the same time, yeyiphi department ekufuneka irespondile yona proactive, not by ibe reactionary. So ke ndiyayithanda la approach uba ke abahlali xa berongo kungathiwa abantu in terms of human settlement batshove ngapha nangapha banikwe inkonzo kuloo ndawo bakuyo njengoba abantu balamhlaba apha mabanikwe ifama ezafama zikwentu kwela cala because ezafama empty zibendile bandozibhekela ezafama ezafama zikhula nje imithi phaya eyenza umililo yabona kanti as guys can be used for that. Okay, boss.
All right, thank you. The last hand. Yes.
I'll be very quick. I would please implore the government, implement and report. That's really all we want.
Thank you. All right, thank you so much. Can you clap a round of applause for the questions? All right, thank you so much. Now we'll start with the colleagues that are joining online. Oh, sorry, Chief.
I thank you. Now I'll write my letter to the Honorable Mayor, Mr. Chris McPherson, Mr. Memory Poison, Mr. Strato, MM, Council, and member of councils, ward committee members, from director. I thank you. I've jotted down my questions according to the presentations, and I will start with the first one. Our historic sites has been and is currently being under threat. Our artifacts in our caves are being demolished by people. I've posted by many platforms. I've posted it, and I've even posted to the NSOP, while I was also in 2016. The offenders program is one of our programs, Brigadier, that we need to look in, because if we said what crime stats like rape and all those stuff, it will boil down even if we don't address the offenders program. The SIDA, it is important that we need to know that the pocket market is very important, and we need to step up on that one to make sure that we cater also for our people. And therefore, we needed a 5%. We asked for SIDA to allocate the 5% for our offenders, so that we can make sure that they also participate in making sure they become legal citizens of our towns, in of our areas, and where they live. The employment opportunities of which we are going to create from the offenders, Mr. MM and Mr. Mayor and Mr. Boysen and Mr. McPherson, we need for the offenders, for those especially who are now currently in prison, they have lost their ID documents. So when we started program with the offenders, of which we have the buy-in of the Department of Correctional Services and Community Corrections, they are already on board. So we need more partners to make sure that we will cater for our ex-offenders. So they will need assistance when it comes to the ID documents, because they have lost the ID documents, they are in prison, and all their property has been lost at home. Mr. Skosana, the NPOs in Oudtshoorn, they are doing fine, and we are glad to see how they're performing. But it's not only certain NPOs which are in Oudtshoorn. We are also an NPO, and we have received nothing for the past 8 years from Department of Social Development. So we can do more, because in our constitution we have ECDs, we have introduction of what we are supposed to do, cultural version, all that stuff. We have received nothing. The theme of shelters and old age homes is a problem for us, because what we see in our old age homes, they have been demolished, and there have been there's criminal activities that's taking place there at the old age homes, and we need to see how can we address that also. The men's sector, you said nothing about the men's sector, and recently there was a men's sector parliament in Cape Town, whereby the minister and the national speaker, they dealt with men and boys in parliament. For the Department of Land Reform, what we have learned from you is that the past few years, when we engage with you on land reform, we have asked you if there is the gas program is still open, and they told us it's closed. But whilst we heard it is open, that thing we need to rectify. For the waste management, for the water sanitation, we said with a problem. Recently, we have a disaster of a kid who has been drowned in Oudtshoorn. And the area where that Mr. McPherson, the area where that kid lives, it is in the Diergangskamp, there at the canal. A four-year kid that lost his life because there was children going to swim in the canal, and he drowned in the canal, and his father was able to get him out of the canal about 2 to 3 kilometers far from when he has drowned. We need to make sure that we've posted that thing for many years while Mr. Eastes, not Eastes, what's the name? He's now working there northwest. While he was here in Ocean, we posted with him that we must close down. We must close down that canal or bring a pipeline that the water can drown underneath the surface and not above the surface, because our kids, when they see water and it's summer in Ocean, it's hot, they will go and swim in the swimming pool. That is a threat for us. Brigadier Crawford, we have worked at length with the Ocean police station on the military veterans issue. There's a statue standing at the Brixton police station. And that statue, there's a threat for the statue that is going to be removed by a private owner of the statue, who say that he's going to throw out that thing from the Brixton police station. We foresee, Mr. Mayor McPherson, that where that statue is coming from, which was in Leeuwstraat of Leeuwweg, there was a parking there, and that statue was coming from that area and has been placed at the Brixton police station. If there is something that we can do about that statue, which is standing there at the Brixton police station, who's coming from a place where you have stand, it will help us. My last one on economic transformation, Mrs. Mabua. Cultural transformation is very important for us, and we need to see how can we do to step up and work for also that the economic transformation also work for the traditional leaders. Last and least, next year, Honorable Mayors, will be the cutoff date of the recognition for coalition leadership. And the end of date for that is February month next year. So we hope to see you in governance for next year. May you all have a blessed festive season. And as you travel safe. God bless. I thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Okay, we will deal now with the responses. We'll start on NYDA requested to start first. There will be the first, Ms. Morrison.
Thank you, Program Director. Okay, I think the first questions were similar. It was about how do we get young people to participate in our programs.
Yes.
We work with, in the municipalities, we work with your youth desks and youth coordinators. So that's how we get these young people. And then secondly, we've got a system that young people use to apply for our products and services. So when they come into our offices, we help them to register online so that they can be able to access our products and services, which is, the system is ERP. So you go to NYDA and then you, on our website, there's an ERP link where you click and register on it, and then you create a username and a password. So that's how we get these young people. And then we have been asked to share the young people that we have assisted. For instance, in Neisner, even here in George, whenever we find young people, I share that information with the youth coordinators so they are fully aware that they are young people and they know where they are located within each municipality. And then there was a question on Canaland that they don't see any numbers of young people that have been assisted, either by finance or non-financial support services. We've been to Canaland, there was an outreach, but unfortunately after that outreach, we couldn't get leads of young people that need business management trainings or that need assistance with finance. So we don't have any young people that showed interest in our programs when we were in Canaland. Then again, my plea would be that any stakeholder, or be it an FBO, an NPO, any organization or any individual that has got a group of young people that they think they might be interested in our programs, they are free to contact me at these numbers: 074 502 074 502 9699. So anyone who has got an event or would love to get hold of NYDA so that young people can have access to our services, we are more than willing to come into your area.
Can you repeat that number again?
I thought you were writing, PD.
No, can you repeat your? Okay, start afresh. 074
4502. Am I audible?
No. Start afresh.
074
Okay.
502 9699.
You can place it on the chat box as well, please.
Okay, I'll do that. I wanted
All right.
to check also, there was a comment on the floor that there's a young person, a young man from Tembeletu. Can I also get details of that young person who is operating a restaurant, if, by the way, he's under the age of 35, so that I can visit him?
It's fine. Yeah. All right. We'll share Mr. Masola's detail with you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Mabuya.
I am here, Program Director. I think the first question related to Knysna, and now why Knysna was not in the list of municipalities that was benefiting from our projects. Firstly, let me reiterate, Chair, that with the two funds, which is the Municipal Ease of Doing Business Fund, plus the Municipal Booster Fund that we had an open call for proposal. So it was an open process. Municipalities could submit their proposals to us, and we would select the ones that qualified according to our criteria. I'm sure the lady that is asking the question missed the part that in the Ease of Doing Business mobile app, Knysna is one of the 3 municipalities that benefited in the 2 million funding that was awarded. So with regards to the booster fund, the 3 municipalities that I mentioned, which was Hesekwa, Oudtshoorn, and Mossel Bay, were the 3 that qualified according to the criteria that was stipulated in the call for proposals. Thanks, Chair. I think there was a third question with regards to cultural transformation. If I can get the details of the leader, Chair, I can share the details of my colleague that is working on the cultural transformation project, and I can create a linkage between the two. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Is Department of Labor here? Yeah.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes.
Okay, let me answer the 2 questions that was posed to the Department of Labor. Firstly, the lady that has asked about the database and when she visited the Knysna office and I told her that the database is closed. Firstly, there is no such thing that a database is closed. Remember that I'm working in George and I'm responsible for the George area. But I will advise the lady to go and speak to my colleague, Jacobus de Jong. I will also put it in the chat box and I'll give you his details as well. Then you can just share it. Jacobus de Jong is the career counselor in Knysna, and he is more than willing to assist you. But there's no such thing that our database is closed. Our database is up and running. From our side in George, we have had roughly about 417 vacancies that were reported to us. And out of that, we have placed 309 people. So according to myself and how we work, is our database is up and running and it's working, and people are getting the success stories. The second question regarding the gentleman that said that this is the first time that he hears about our services and the training that we do, as well as NYDA. Like my colleague, Ms. Morrison has said, if you know about any youth that are sitting around or unemployed people that are sitting around, there's nothing stopping you in contacting us at the Department of Labor. But I am very busy in Thembalethu, in Conville, Pogdien, all the areas in George, Pakkelsdorp, Blanco. I also work in Uniondale, Haarlem, and Avontuur. We are on radio. I work in collaboration with the youth office of the municipality, the Inkubeko Youth and Science Center in Thembalethu. So it might be that this specific gentleman has not yet heard about us, but he is more than welcome to contact me. If you want to, I can give you my cell phone number now. Should I do that? Now. My cell phone number is 082 4599 615. For anything, you're more than welcome to contact me.
Thank you very much for the opportunity for feedback. I think the first issue was from that Mossel Bay issue where the request was to relax the recruitment age of 18 to 35. My comments there is that, recruitment is a national policy. So I will just follow up on that because Brigadier Sachana, they were then supposed to forward a proposal to get an answer on that. So unfortunately, that one, I don't have any feedback, but I know that even for January, the intake, it's the same, between 18 and 35, so that was not relaxed. Then the other issue about the CPF and the community safety, neighborhood watches, the mother body is supposed to oversee these functions, and I think we need to be very specific at which stations we are not following that process because it's a partnership. And if it's an issue that the one must report to the other one, that specific station commander need to sort that out, that we can really work in harmony there. So if we can get that specific station, we will be able to sort that out through escalating that. People, vehicles, tires. Unfortunately, this financial year was for us really very difficult because for each and every vehicle, we had to follow the procurement processes for tires, which allows us to get 7 quotations on the database, and then we can follow the normal processes. Fortunately, it was changed, and from January, there was a contractor appointed that's dealing with that, which will make things easier for us, but there is no excuse for vehicles to stand with flat tires. Procurement processes need to be enhanced, and station commanders need to sort that out because it can reflect on poor management. Kwanakatula, the boundaries, that is of concern. So we can follow the geographic approach. So there can be a proposal coming through via the CPF that we can look at that. So please, we can talk about that. Normally what We need the answers.
I just want to respond to the questions or comments.
We don't know. We are going to be finished now.
If you spoke about old age homes that have been penalized, we do have a local office in Consola. I think the information you can refer to the highest person who is the chief of the office. So that we can alert our head office, because all old age homes, as I've indicated in my presentation, they're not being monitored by us, they are monitored by head office because they receive their funding directly from head office. So they will be able to then send out the team of monitoring and evaluation to see, what is happening, in whatever old age home that is analyzed. So if you can, I'm sure you know where the offices are of the accessible, and you can speak with Dennis Bonyama, you can relate the message to their campus about your experiences around the old age homes. And then the second one is about the funding. Funding also is being done by the office. There is a period where the office will make will send out adverts about asking organizations to come with proposals for funding, but they will also have their own criteria as to what the priorities are for a specific financial year, depending on the gaps in service delivery. So watch out in the newspapers when such adverts will come out. Or I can also say your number and get your number with the funding session that they offer, so that then you can have a bilateral the kind of programs and projects that you refer to that you are running in the also area. So if I can get that number, I will also give my number to you, sir, and then you can start the debate. The main sector is a multi-sectoral, endeavor. All departments, all sector departments, government departments are part of it. Social development is also part of it. I didn't mention it in my presentation because I know there are champions who are, spearheading the main sector, even here in Oxford. I think what's his name? Mr. Mix, yeah. This now, they are, they are traveling, across the region, setting up the structure,
two questions.
But social development is also part of that endeavor. I think those were the three areas that we mentioned. But if we can just change numbers, I'll be glad. Thank you so much.
I'm just gonna know to one and you mentioned that people that around the folks the Department of Justice with other departments included this development and have established an engagement forum where we see the title of the reports, feeds surrounding it, or any debt as a result of an accident or negligence from the parents come together so that it's and go to the family and prevent something together depending and then also our department when we do our programs and prevention from the child abuse we can even this is regarding there is on the community in the children's care in terms of these children and this age when you send your child to the children they will not be that and those are some of the issues that the parents are noticed And we will also go to production and give the awareness. And sometimes we can get from intelligence, which the government can be charged for neglect in terms of reality. So we include that because the awareness will be parents regarding the learning of children. Children are supposed to be supervised in 4 hours. We can pass that they can be safe and we can live in mind in terms of taking the risk. And then over and about that,
Hulle sien die skerm van ons.
one of the questions sent to us.
But jy nou sien jy
There was someone who mentioned and they wanted to know why until they connect with other areas. The allocation of the funding and also depends on the size of the community and the number of NGOs operating in the community. And also the allocation of the geographic areas, because we also work in a simple community. But some of the geographic areas will take as a department as our responsibility, and then give those geographic areas to there. So I am the next one. Maybe only one for that amount, and also the number of speakers that has that they are and the case will be open in that way. So we explained that to the stakeholder. You can ask that question. There's a big process that has to be in school. I just want to start and say that the mother of education and then these very few and we have noticed who work together with the social management and some of the things that she or he cannot handle and they are compared to our department. And then also we've got various programs, the people that we mentioned in terms of targets, we teach every minister and the minister to refer to the targets that were reached in the past month. So some of those programs we are under the school. We are called sometimes by the teachers at school coming interesting when there is a violent incident of the school. We give some counseling to the children as well as also programs that we have at the school, where the teacher also comes to aid children who are at the beginning stage of abuse and then we call that early intervention and education of children, and we have other programs to the children and others are PEP groups to the children. We want them and also intervening at home with the program is the results of the system program at home. And then for another stakeholders that complain that has been accepted. There's a stakeholder who talks about the reflection on paper may not necessarily be accurate in terms of intervention, in terms of the money that is investment in the NGOs. And then he explained to him that the money is monitored by our foundation office that is giving funding, and they do and monitor and evaluate, and they also provide whatever reports, and then saying that that's the social demand.
Near completion. So no help needed. We'll go back.
head office is as a recommendation. One last one is from the municipality, I think, of also regarding data stream for other departments, this is from within participation meeting. And then we would love to get those invitations so that we can honor that invitation. And thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, there two statements about water challenges in Sala. That one, let's say people, I would need to check your details because there is a letter of attention to the education line at 14 to the municipality and indicated that they are not aware of the challenges in this is done. So we must be able to
Yeah, it doesn't
then of the contract over the municipality, let's say the water service authority and the water service provider. And I will change it up. You can send me for the details of the contract and give me the agreement. I'm going to be sure it also handling. So that they get more back in council and in the society. I will take that up. On all the labels, so that the landowners is adjacent to the roads. And then funding. Is this connected? So probably we just need to look.
It's a recording.
Yeah, it's recording. We just say that. It's recording nothing. Yes, spread in Canada. And landowners are allowed to apply for their change to make sure that straight in roads are kept away from the main routes. And I did suggest that in future we need to meet with all the traditional leaders under one roof. And then it will make all those decisions there in terms of how do we communicate and introduce the different traditional leaders to all the municipalities. Our opinion around Ward 50 in Mossel Bay, we've made notes of that. It is also something that I will report to the mayor of Mossel Bay. In the process in terms of how to deal with that. And Mr. Kola, the skills makeup is linked to the training institutions, Nelson Mandela University, George, and still in Cape Town. So where we can then also include other teams at colleges. The skills are included.
Is he in this area?
This is Sula, I would definitely please that to people with the family soon. But I also want to advise is that you still get a move to that you also need to work with see that office in alignment and see how you can apply the funding and how can it then be also supported. Because she's going to be money for this kind of things. Thank you very much, thanks to all the people who supported. Now, I think Alderman G to close today's. Thank you, good afternoon, everyone.
My head is so sore now.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge and say thank you to the also out of the first person who was today in the morning. I want to acknowledge first when our executive mayor for the garden.
We done is the man.
About the time.
Much needed purpose, of course, really, we cannot do this on our own, all departments. And thank you also to our traditional leaders who are present here today. Thank you also to our counselor, everyone who attended and also and you attended on the Zoom and YouTube platform. Thank you also to our workers, the various municipalities that we here today for giving your inputs. Importantly, it's about you giving your inputs and also your contributions you have made towards this program for today.
No. Okay, bye-bye, colleagues. Thank you. Bye.